that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Bryan Kohberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I've never got an email back yet. Said that it's that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice.
Without me hearing his voice. That guy. Hey, Rev, you on very late, pal. I'm gonna need you to start coming on during the daytime, I'm gonna need you to start coming on during the day, Rev. This late night shit, I just can't do it, Welcome everybody to the stream. I see Pat Gordon in here, Melissa French. Totally wasn't expecting this late night live, pal. What's going on? Welcome everybody who's in here right now. Let's see, we got Happy Faces. I seen you when you first came in. Mar, Night Nurse. What's going on though? What's going on? Late night live. I'm on a whole different schedule right now. It happens. JJ Frank. I've been missing T-REV. What's going on? Welcome everybody who's coming in. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe if you're new to the channel. We're going to hang out tonight, right? We're some night owls. This night out time. We are on night out time. I don't give a how many people are in here. Let's have the conversation, right? Missy Go Lightly 26. What's going on? Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you all being here. What's going on? Shout out to y'all. Venus, what's going on, Venus? How you doing? Welcome. We got Venus in the building. I see you. Hold up, what is that? What is that? I'm messing with these new toys. Excuse me, man. I'm wide awake. Wide awake. I'm talking about. I woke up at almost 8 o'clock tonight. So I mean, I'm fresh out the bed. What's going on, Shar? Nice to see you. Sunshine, happy. Or I'm sorry, hippie maybe? Happy tappy? Happy tappy. Just tap, tap, tap-a-roo, Give it a tap, tap, tap-a-roo. What's going on, though? Brookie Nicole says, I said Brookie. I just butchered you totally 1,000%. But what's going on, Brooke? Nice to see you. I just got super excited to see T-REV on. Hi, everyone. Well, we're going to be on for some hours. I mean, at least 3, 2 or 3 hours. 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, this ain't gonna work. Hold up 1 second. Let me switch off with my co-host here. Yeah, pal, this ain't gonna work, It's Papa Sal. You being live at 12:36 at night talking about the case that I live for right now. You should not be live right now, Rev. My pill bottle tops popped off, and I'm sick and tired of you not being live on schedule, In the words of Papa Sal, that's what he be saying. That's the shit Papa Sal be saying to me. I be looking at my inbox and click it. He'd be like, man, you were on last night on 9 hours on your second channel. You need to be live on your main channel. Rev, we cannot. My students are gonna have to color tomorrow. My students are gonna have to color. I'm dead. We can't sleep. I can't sleep. I don't know about y'all. You know, I know I can't sleep. What's going on, Rook? Nice to see you, brother. Nice to see you, Marissa. Nice to see you, Paul Cat. Bullshit in Seattle. You know, he's calling out the bullshit going on in Seattle. That's what I take it for. Shout out to you. I see you're a Seahawks fan, by the way. Nice to see you, bro. Melissa says we revved up, boy. We revved up. A tap a room. The late fucking late news with T-REV brought to you by Bavarian. I'm dead. Misbehaving. What's going on? Welcome. I appreciate you guys coming by. Summer Butterfly. Paige says, welcome all of the night owls. Who's a night owl? Let me see all the night owls in the building. Put a 1 in chat if you're a night owl. If you're a complete night owl and you're just up at night and you just don't know why you're awake, put a 1. But we are visiting this place. We're visiting this place, 1122 King Road, where these murders took place. We are visiting this tonight. We're going to be talking about this tonight. Yeah. You know, we may not be there physically, but in our minds, we are all 1122 King Road. You know, that's how I think about it. I think about it just like that. I think about this 1122 King Road pretty often. I feel like I might as well move in town. What's going on? I see everybody laughing at that Papa Sal stuff. Vape is dead and shit. What the? My dumb ass drank half a bottle of NyQuil. Shit ain't work. Hey, man, I bought 5 milligrams of melatonin. I took one of them earlier, like thinking I was going to go back to sleep. Didn't work out. Angelic. Hold up. There is a lot of bullshit going on in Seattle. I can't sleep either. I was running out of shit to watch, so this was much needed. I mean, I'm going to open up the phone lines and let people call in because I know people want to talk. I don't know what we should do as far as time limits this late or if anybody's even going to call in this late. You know, maybe you got something you want to talk about. Let me know. You may have something you want to speak on. Damn, everybody's a night owl in here. Welcome, KC. I appreciate you joining back. Thank you. Shout out to KC. T-REV, we need you in these true crime streets. We got creators resurfacing debunked information out of desperation, and they're all cocksuckers. I agree.
Get the fuck out of here!
I mean, people can rehash whatever they want, right? You can rehash shit all day, but there's something called stick to the facts. Stop sticking to the shit that people sent to my email back during the first months or actually the first days. You know, when we took to the phone lines back in what I want to say it was the beginning of December. I'm gonna have to go back and look. Maybe even November 29th or 30th. When we took to the airwaves, I was getting a bunch of stuff sent to my emails. I see people rehashing stuff in my emails that I seen like literally the first week. It's like, are you guys serious? It's crazy. You can take 10 milligram. I'm good, man. I already slept 8 hours, you know. Let's see what else. Hold up. Night owl until sleep. Meds kick in. Yeah, a lot of people are on Ambien and stuff. Good morning, everyone. Asking for prayers, please. I am the biggest baby when it comes to throwing up, and hold up, to top it off, I don't even know why I said on top of it. And to top it off, I am on vacation. Well, shout out to you, Full Moon. I hope you stop throwing up and that you're able to relax and hang out and just calm down. I'd say drink some water. And if you have some Tums or something, maybe some Pepto-Bismol, take some Pepto-Bismol, but prayers are with you. Shout out to you. I hope you feel better. Okay, F it. YOLO. Let's go. What's going on in Seattle? Hey, I'll tell you what's going on in Seattle. I remember when Nancy Grace covered a case where this dude in Seattle was taking these girls out on dates, chopping their bodies up and putting them in different trash cans. That's the type of shit that goes on in Seattle. I seen it. The real deal. All right. Yeah. What a nice surprise, says Husky Mom. Nice surprise to see you here. Thank you. prosecutor do the death penalty on Bryan or not at all, like his other previous murder cases in the past, Melissa French says. Okay, so will they do that's what I argue with in my head. Are they going to go with the death penalty on Bryan Kohberger? And I feel like that stands with the evidence. If they have enough, like if they have a complete package of like where there's no reasonable doubt in 12 jurors' minds, I feel like they're gonna go for that death penalty. You know what I mean? I feel like if they feel confident enough that they will be able to get these jurors to say, yeah, I feel like, yeah. I don't know though. We'll see. What's up, Prosser Gang? Nice to see you. That did happen. You seen that, right? All right. Let me see something real quick. You can see my name, right? Hold up. You see the number right there? Let's see what people are talking about this late at night. Not one person called yet either. 219-885-9693. Let's talk about it. Let me see something. Let me press this. Put that at the top of your screen. Something I also thought about deeply is, did someone rent a car versus their own? Nope. Jury will be hung anyway, 2 Cents says. You think the jury will be hung? I don't know. I'd have to see the evidence to be able to say that. Like the full. I was revving down, damn you. Laced in Perfume says they need to find the right person. I'm stuck on the Banfield. Are you stuck on the Banfield? Have you heard anything about a secret room in the house? Oh my God, we're talking about secret. Is this Clue now? Let's check this out.
The shack, and you can see the security guard in there all day. There's also a porta potty for them as well, just to make sure that nobody trespasses on this property. Nothing happens, especially for the victims' families. The Gonsalves family posted on their Facebook page that all 4 of the siblings walked for Kaylee during the graduation a couple of Saturdays ago. And so the university has not released what they're going to do with this particular property once the house is demolished, but it is a big deal considering it will be before that scheduled trial, October the 2nd of this year. And that's not all the university is going to do to memorialize the students here. They're announcing a healing garden in memorial that will be on campus at some point. I did ask about that today with the university. They say it's in the ideation phase. It will be a class project this fall that memorial garden will be in place. And it's just a part of a healing step, they said, that is part of removing this physical structure where the crime shook the community and to memorialize what happened here. So while the quiet campus is back to normal seemingly here, Julia, still a lot going on to remember the victims of the murder.
And those are such important things to notate and remember what's going on there in this very little college town. I know you've been speaking to people for months, and this has just been so hard for them. You can only commiserate with them in the fact that they have to deal with this while they're also dealing with their classes and with exams and with graduation and everything that's going on right now. But I do want to ask you more about the case, because we know there's a lot of things that are happening coming up very soon in June, but you flagged recently for us some new filings in the case.
Yeah, that's right, Julio. So since the hearings that took place yesterday at the courthouse, just about 10 minutes from where I am here at the crime scene off campus in Moscow, the defense has filed several motions. So here's a look at some of those new documents. They filed a motion, of course, to release the grand jury materials. Bryan Kohberger was indicted last week, of course, on 4 counts of murder and burglary. So they want to release those materials under protective order so they can study them. The defense was not, of course, invited to a grand jury proceedings. They also want to enlarge the time to file pretrial motions. He has not yet waived a right to speedy trial, so there's certain time frames under the law. They want to extend that. They also asked the judge to make available the record of the grand jury proceedings so they can see who testified and the content of the testimony. And the judge already issued an order as far as enlarging that time frame for pretrial motions. Usually in Idaho law under Rule 12, they must file motions within 28 days of a formal arraignment, which took place yesterday. But the judge did extend that in an.
So you're gonna have a couple. When it comes to, I see a lot of you say this a lot, and I get those emails a lot. Maybe it's some of you that are saying that. that, you know, YouTubers are hashing up old stuff, or maybe they're talking about this, that, and the third. But in reality, as people report or hear things, they will talk about it. They'll make a video on it. It's content. So, I mean, you have people that do this shit to really for a living. They do this to pay their bills, to talk about things. So they will grab stuff they think is interesting and make a video. And then you got people that do this shit purely out the heart and don't really need this to pay their bills and do shit like that. So there's when it comes to YouTube, I feel like there's, you know, a couple different type of creators. You got creators that do this shit because they specifically love what they're doing, and then you got creators that do this shit because they need to make money. So I mean, people, you really, when it comes down to it, you need to think about, if you're watching a channel and you're like, okay, people are unhashing this, that, and the third, you need to really look at them and see if they have, what kind of interaction do they have with, you know, the people that are on their channel. You know what I mean? Like, YouTube's a business. Don't get it wrong. Don't get it twisted. YouTube is definitely a business. People make money. I make money. Everybody makes money, but it's about the intent that you're here for, the reason that you're there for, the reason you're making this content. You know, so, like I said, some people do this shit purely to make money, and some people do this purely because they love doing this and they want to see justice for victims. So, like I said, you got different type of creators out there. Like I said, YouTube is a business, and when your channel is monetized or anything in that nature, you are signed on to YouTube. They get a cut, you make money, and that's that. So you'll have, you know, you got all different types of creators. You got people who are just, that don't give a fuck about these cases and will talk about anything that comes across their email that is out there and people can speculate on what makes up for good content. And then you got people who will try to stick to what facts are there. I get veered off sometimes on some of these false facts pass my way, and I'll get caught up on them and be like, damn, you know, a question. Well, I did a lot of that in the past, but now it's like to the point where, okay, we got a guy, they're saying they got a lot of evidence. It's all in black and white. Let them continue to paint this picture. It's not a you know, people call it mainstream narrative, but in reality, it's called following the facts. Now, I can make up some twists and tells all day long. I can call up Paula from WSU and have her toss out her thoughts and theories, and she's a mom that lives in that town, and I can get everybody all rattled up. You know what I mean? If I wanted to, but I'm trying to. The thing is, it's not even I'm trying. I'm sticking to the facts in this case. Whether people want to build up all these different conspiracies and all this, be my guest. That's your channel. It's what you do. If you want to continue to make money and do it that way, do what you do. If that's what you got to do, I'm just sticking to the facts. I don't care who stays around, who doesn't want to stay around. It just is what it is. You know what I mean? I know the families watch these channels. They watch these videos. So that's how I look at it. You got to have some respect for the victims' families at the end of the day, because we dragged a lot of them through the muds, or through the mud in general, like Jack DeCour, Jack Showalter, all these different people that ended up being hurt because of what we thought. But in general, there was nobody arrested. So we were thinking who would have motive, or who had motive in general, all the way. It's something that happens. You're going to see people that do that shit all the time. It won't be the first. This ain't the first and it ain't the last. I promise you. 903, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, brother.
What's up, Pat?
Not a lot, man. Hey, did you ever ask Detective John about that?
Yes, I did actually.
Oh,
Hold
yeah.
up. Let me get you, because I it's in here. I did ask him that. I'll tell you his exact answer to that.
Okay.
Because I specifically asked him. I said, where'd I go here? Let's see. I'm gonna pull it up. I said, when they mentioned the burglary when they mentioned the break-in and names, are they mentioning the way that they got killed in order, the way the crimes were committed? So he said they've got an idea of the order, I'm sure, based on what we talked about before, transferring of blood, DNA, they'll definitely know who the first victim probably was. And then he said one wound at least will be clean from others' DNA. And then he said, I'm not sure. And if the order at this point is what is being said on purpose, unless they obviously change the order they say their names in. So that was his response to that. He's not 100% sure, but
So it sounds pretty much like that might be how they read it.
Could be. It really could
I
be.
mean, yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
It could be, man.
I think, like I said, I've heard that somewhere before. I'm not real sure. I mean, I've heard and read about a lot of cases, down here in Texas at least, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a website we can go on. It's called TDCJC Inmate Search, and I used to look them bad boys up. I'd actually, you have a count book, and they got their picture by the houses, and you go at night, you go by and shine the light in their face and make sure the IDs match their faces and all that. I just have to stick one in my pocket every once in a while if we got a new one and bring it home and look it up on the computer and see what he did. So, but yeah, I believe that's the right way. Do you remember who they mentioned first?
Is what on the when they read off the names?
Yeah, I know burglary was first.
I'm trying to remember whose name they mentioned first. I want to say it was it Madison? Was it? It wasn't Kaylee because I remember coming right after. I want to say it was. I think it's between Ethan and Madison. I think he might have really started with Madison. I had to go and correct it and see to make sure, but I'm thinking back now that I'm thinking back, I'm pretty sure it was Madison or Ethan before, because when he came in, he said Zana. I remember him saying Xana's name wrong, and he said
But that was that was pretty close to the first, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and check it to be.
He said he said Zana Kernoodle or something like that, and he said Zana Kernoodle.
Yeah, see, it was Maddie. Chat saying Maddie.
Is it?
Yep, chat saying Maddie.
Okay. Well, thank you. That'll work. That'll work. Yeah, man. I got some good stories for y'all. If you want one good one.
What for? What?
One of my dealings at the prison.
Oh, you said one of your demons at the prison?
Yeah. One of my little uses of force.
Then break it down.
Well, I got in a bunch of them. I had to leave because they put in cameras and stuff, so I couldn't start shit when I wanted to anymore. But anyway, we had this big old dude, man, big black guy, about 5'10", probably weighed 260, 270 pounds. Didn't have nothing he could do but just, work out all day long. And I became, I was accustomed to him and stuff. And I'm 6'2", 250.
Damn.
So I'm no slouch myself. But anyways, they got him one day and tried to put him back in his house. We had an inside wreck. Well, he decided he didn't want to go back in his house. I thought, oh man, this is gonna be bad here. It's gonna be bad. He butchered his mother and father with an axe. And they caught him pushing a railroad boxcar down a spur track down towards Huntsville, Texas, somewhere. And anyways, like I said, I would talk to him every once in a while. So I figured, I'll go down there and be cool with him, and I can get him back in the house. So I walked down there and started BSing with him. And he was talking to me nice and everything. I said, come on, man. I said, we need to go get you back in your house, man, so somebody else can come out for a wreck, And we had to wear stab-proof vests and stuff, Dude, he hit me one time in the chest and knocked me back about 30 foot on my ass. And that's how quick things can change out there.
That's wild.
You know. Yeah. There's bunches of them. There's bunches of them. But anyways, yeah. I also seen on another podcast tonight that some people were mentioning that some said that was a drug house. Some say that it used to be a drug house. I didn't get on there and say anything. You know, I didn't want to fight with nobody, but
drug house, huh?
It was. Huh?
I said drug house, huh?
Well, some people still think it was a drug house.
So,
and some say that it used to be a drug house. You know, I don't think it was. Not after what we heard the other night. You know, I don't think it was nothing like that. I think it was just a random. Not a random. It was a targeted attack. We just don't know against who.
See, the thing is, though, is we talk about this drug house thing. I mentioned it the other night, man. I'm like, if it was a drug house, that shit would have been out there as far as drugs are being pushed out the house. Locals would know that.
Yeah.
Because you would be swinging by to buy drugs.
Exactly.
You know, all rumors, no proof. Nobody can show me a text message from Madison, Xana, Kaylee, or Ethan of making a transaction of selling drugs. You know what I mean? Nobody can show that.
Right. Now, dude, I'm not saying they didn't party a little bit. I'm not in no way saying that didn't happen. Because, hell, we were all 20 or 21 years old at one time. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But it's after hearing that woman the other night, man, that got to me. And I just hope they got the right guy. I'm pretty sure they do. If it was just bogus, they wouldn't. He would have been let go or been bonded out or whatever.
I mean, innocent people go through all these things too. You know, there's been innocent people that go through trials and get convicted and get put in prison. But my thing is like, you got, when it comes to I don't know, this is how I look at this, Pat, when it comes to any case or any true crime case out there. Like, if your DNA is at the scene, I don't give a fuck if it's touch DNA or not. If they got your DNA at the scene on a possible murder weapon carrier, and then when they arrest you, they start to connect all these other dots, I think more than likely you got the right person. You know, when you start connecting these pangs and you start connecting different things that they're finding, I don't know what else they have found so far, but I mean, come on, how much more do you really need when you get DNA and then connect that somebody was near there, came back near that house, phone was phone allegedly on the Wi-Fi, etc. Come on now. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I thought I heard somewhere that they wasn't even going to put the knife sheath in the evidence. They wasn't going to use it as evidence. So that tells me that they got a shit ton of evidence on this dude.
51 terabytes.
You know,
51 terabytes, Pat. That's a lot.
They got the right guy. They got the right guy.
Do. I feel like they do. If I'm wrong, you know, we'll find out. Some people feel like they don't have the right guy, but I mean, I feel like they did decent police work in here. Even besides sending one of the dudes that allegedly, I don't know. I want to hear about this Brady Act that was allegedly broken, and I think I have found it, but we'll see. I want to hear more about that. And if that's the case, why would you send or even have an officer on your team who is being investigated by internal affairs? I would love to know that, because that's sloppy to me, especially when it comes to, you know, investigating a murder. I wouldn't put that officer near that. I mean, you know, they didn't know that happened there, but in general, I wouldn't even have them in the field.
Right. Well, I've had dealings with internal affairs here in Texas too, so I never got in trouble with them or anything. I knew them, you know, or knew of them. You know, we had them out there with us. as far as I know, they didn't do too much. Found a bunch of pot one time. My captain was telling me, "Get your nose away from them scales." But you know, they got the right guy. The only thing is, you know, could he have done this alone? Ethan was a big dude, man.
I question that. I question the whole. I question if the roommates a lot. Honestly, I don't know. It's something I just will continue to question until I see the trial. with the roommates, especially with like I can't get over the coming face to face with them, and then I don't know. Maybe you didn't know what happened in the house, but why would you be in a frozen shock phase if I don't know. You have people come there all the time, but why would you be frozen in shock for 8 hours? That's the part I have trouble with accepting.
Well, like Detective John stated, and that when they were looking through the video, looking through the second room window, they were stepping over something. They were stepping over something, and more than likely it was a body. I'm in compliance 100%, 110% with Detective John over that. Something was there. Why would you take a wide step like that? And you can see on the video they were taking a wide step, just like you were stepping over a log or whatever,
Right.
They were stepping over something or somebody. And I'm pretty sure it wasn't no latent footprint either.
Are you talking about in the video I got where the video came out fairly early? I want to say I found it around November 22nd or 3rd. It was a video of the investigators inside the house.
Right, through the second floor window.
Yeah, the window that's right behind my head where I'm at now.
Right.
Right up here. Back here you can see the dudes were like, they were shooting the camera in there as the investigators were in there getting something by the top of the stairs. So when you come up the stairs from the first floor, right there is the hallway to go straight into where Ethan and where Xana was.
Right. That's right. And you can tell they were stepping over something. I didn't really catch it at first, but then when I seen you Detective John talking to you about it, that's when I noticed, yeah, there is something there.
Weird.
So, and I want to probably
maybe it's something as simple as blood dripping on the floor, and there's some type of blood trail coming out of that room. Maybe it's something as simple as that, and they're swabbing that whole entire floor. Because if you think about it, I got the lay of the house. I mean, I could pull that up. They got it perfectly laid out. It's verified that was the exact lay of the house. Which I have saved here. Where's it at? I'm thinking that it's got to be blood dripping on the ground right there or something. Because what if there's no body there? They're definitely swabbing this blood on the floor. Because what are you looking for? Blood from the perpetrator, in my opinion.
Yeah, but a step that big, they're having to step over something.
I'm gonna have to look at it. I'm gonna have to look at it again. The video. I'm gonna definitely have to look at that again.
I asked somebody the other day if there was ever any blood found going up back behind the house to that road, and nobody could ever answer that either.
What was it?
They say that he parked behind the house and walked coming from the back. And I asked somebody, I said, was there ever any blood found outside the house, going back up towards that street? And nobody could ever answer. As bad as this was, there had to be blood droplets. There had to be, unless he stripped down and cleaned himself up. But he didn't have time to do that.
Yeah, doing all that. He would have. Nah, hell no. I think it's blood droplets going through that. I'd bet anything on it that it's blood droplets that they were sitting there taking. They were collecting each one, everything that they thought was blood splatter or looked like it. They're getting, or not blood splatter, but dripping. Stuff that was dripping on the ground. I feel like that's
Yeah.
exactly what they were collecting. And through that hallway, all the way, probably, it probably may have even led all the way to the stairs. I'm speculating at this point. I don't know that to be true, but I'm saying in general, if you go in and do that to two people and then you're walking out, I'm pretty sure something's going to be dripping, you know?
Oh yeah, it's definitely gonna be dripping, but I wouldn't think it'd be big enough to step high over and kind of spread eagle like that.
I'm going to have to look because I don't know. He's saying
Yeah,
you're stepping high.
Yeah, they're stepping high and wide, like they're stepping over a log or something.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Kind of sidestepping it. But I mean, it's no big deal, man. I mean,
No, I gotta look at it. I gotta look at it from that perspective now to see if, you know what I mean? To see if I think.
Yeah, you can. I'm sitting here watching it right along with you.
Oh no, I appreciate, because it's something that I didn't realize that's exactly what he was saying.
Yeah, they're stepping up and over something.
I'm going to get it right now. Hold on, let's pop up on here. Bro, that video is from the Idaho Tribune. So
Was it?
I don't know why, or even it was kind of weird to me that it was kind of eerie when I watched that video. You know what I mean? It's eerie.
The first time I seen it, Detective John was raising hell because they didn't have all the proper PPE.
And that's
Remember?
a good point. Absolutely. Hell yeah, he was snapping over that.
Yeah, that's when I actually first seen it. I said, "What are they doing?"
He's mentioned it.
You know, and then he brought that up, and he said they're stepping over a body right there. And I said, "God dang, he's right." They're definitely stepping over something.
It could be around blood drops. I mean, who knows? I gotta look at it though to really give my, because I've watched it so many different times, but I pay attention to different stuff when I watch it. I pay attention to the pictures flashing up top in the top. I don't know, when you look all the way at the top of that video and you just picture or you just look up top the whole entire time, you'll see several flashes from the camera going on up in the third bedroom.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy, but I focused on that middle room.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Xana and Ethan's room, and I watched them people because they played it over and over again. Yeah, and I thought, what is that? Are they walking around a table or what?
Yeah,
it didn't cross my mind that they were actually stepping over something.
That's crazy to think about. What would you be stepping?
I thought that's all it could be.
Let me pull this up real quick. I'm almost there. In case they deleted it.
I hope not.
Well, I'm getting there. All right, I got it. 9 minutes? Damn, that shit turned into 9 minutes.
It didn't seem like it was that long.
Oh, it did now.
Huh.
I got it right here.
Well, play it up, brother. I'm watching.
Look, right now. I don't know why it's acting like it wants to lag, though.
So this is from the back of the house, right?
Yeah. Internet's being weird.
Yeah, we had some storms down here earlier.
They could have been stepping over a golf club for all we know. Yeah.
That's possible. They're definitely stepping over something.
Good, thanks. Man, I'm gonna have to download this whole 9-minute video. Stop playing with me. This shit wants to play. Hold up, we're getting this video. Okay, 1 second. I don't know why it wants to be Twitter wants to be complicated right now, but that video is coming up off there. I'm downloading it. All right, there we go. I had to say I had to run an internet connection test real quick to make sure my stuff wasn't tripping out. It's telling me that video's 9 minutes over here, and it's not. It's only 1 minute and 41 seconds. I don't even know why it's lying to us like that.
I see it. I see it myself.
Let me see. 405 is calling. All right, so this is how I'm gonna answer 405 who's calling in right now. We'll play as soon as after 7 minutes. I'll turn do not disturb off. When somebody calls, I'll answer it. Pat, if you want to call back after the 7 minutes, you're more than welcome, brother.
Okay, brother.
God bless you, man. I will talk to you again if you call back.
All right, you too, man.
After Pat, we'll play tag.
Hello.
405, you live. What's going on?
Okay, yes, sir. So T-REV,
Yes, ma'am.
what do you think happened in that house? Like, what were they stepping over?
I don't know. I'm about to pull it up right now. I just finished downloading that video on here, which I thought I had it on here already, but all right, here we go. You got background feedback. We got background.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's just echoes for the.
I sound Texas, Oklahoma.
Shout out to you. Where you calling in from tonight?
Oh, from Edmond, Oklahoma. Actually, I'm from Dallas, Texas, but I'm live in Edmond. My daughter's going to school here.
Yes, man. I appreciate you calling in. Let me see. So
get this. So yeah. So what do you think's going on there? Like what? There's some sort of conspiracy theory. There's other things going on in that home.
Let me see. I'm trying to figure out where he talks about. Well, they're stepping over because they're standing around something. And this right here looks like the top of the stairwell where you come up. Yeah, see, she's swabbing like blood off the floor, in my opinion, right there.
Oh, is that what it is? It's not body cam or...
She's definitely swabbing blood up off that floor. What else would you be swabbing with that? I mean, she's getting down on the ground. She's got swab kit in her hand.
Oh, snap. I don't trust any of them, actually. I don't know. What do you think?
Which one? Who?
Well, the police or whatever. I mean, do you feel like that everybody, was being on the up and up? Like there's no body cam of the sheet, number one, which...
How do we know that?
Well, I don't know that.
That's what I'm saying. We don't know. We don't know if they had a body sheet or a body cam of the sheet. They didn't release this evidence out. That's why a lot of us are speculating a lot. That's why a lot of people come up with these conspiracies, because not all this evidence and all the shit that they have against them is not out in the public yet.
Do you feel like in the next couple months, like they'll do something, or do you feel like it's going to be squashed, in the next couple months?
I hope so, but if they're protecting the families or whatever they're going through, I don't know what.
Do you feel like they're protecting like Dylan and
Oh, for
Bethany?
sure. I think they definitely went for. I don't know why exactly. Maybe they went forward with the grand jury to protect them from having to deal with whatever with the defense lawyer at that moment. But it doesn't matter. They're going to have to face exactly what happened in that house at trial, regardless of the fact. You know what I mean?
She's going to have to they're going to have to speak the truth.
Absolutely. I mean, if you don't, they get caught up. He walks free.
There must be pressure on those girls.
Absolutely. I think there's immense
I still
pressure.
don't understand why they took 12 hours or they says 8 or 8 hours, but it seems like half a day.
And I question the same thing with you, ma'am. I'm with you on that. 8 hours. Like what took 8 hours? You came face to face with a guy in a mask on the nose, etc. You didn't pick up the phone and call the police. You were shocked, and you stayed in your room until then. I mean, that's just without speculating in my mind. You stayed in the room until somebody came and got you, or did you exit the room? What was the rest of the story after that? Because
right, and who did you call? And they tell you not to go anywhere or do anything. I mean, it's almost like, can you call your family and say, look, mom, look, dad, brother, sister, this is bad. But they would never tell you to stay there for 12 hours and not do a thing.
It's a very, I don't know. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered, but I feel like they have been answering some of them as much as they can. I feel like people are behind the scenes just trying to get shit out there.
Right, trying to, figure as much stuff as we can. But T-REV, I think you're awesome. I appreciate you having me on tonight. I appreciate you.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you even calling up. Some people don't even have the audacity to call up.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, no, I think you're very great. I look forward to it every day. So I appreciate you.
Well, I appreciate it. I apologize for not being on as much lately. I need to be on, man.
Oh, no, you're great. No, you're awesome. Thank
I
you.
haven't been on that much lately. I've been dealing with my own life. How about that? I'll put it that way.
Oh, well, I guess you have a new child or a baby.
I got my baby boy who's been going through cancer surgery and shit like that. So, but I mean, that shouldn't stop me though. He's good. He's healthy.
How old is he?
13.
Oh, sweet. Oh, nice.
13. So that's my fur baby. My fur baby. He's 13, going through cancer stuff right now. So yeah, I don't know. He's doing good though.
Does he watch your show and critique you?
Yeah,
like, let me ask.
He barks in my ear all the time. He's like, woo, 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 woo.
I bet he does. He's like, okay, whatever, Dad. I can imagine.
Oh man. So
that's sweet. Well, thank you so much.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you.
All right, God bless you. You're awesome.
Thank you. Bye bye. You know. Lines open. Anybody wants to call in? They want to. Ooh, like that. 951. You're on the line. Damn, you must be near Papa Sal now. New York in the building.
No, not New York. No.
What's 951? I don't know. Papa Sal has the same 3.
No, it's actually California.
Oh shit, Papa Sal's.
Yeah.
Papa Sal got a Cali number. Let me.
He's in Cali, just trying to tell you he's in New York.
Well, shout out to Cali.
I just wanted to really quickly just say, because I got my kids sleeping and it's late, but hi to everybody. I know it's late at night, but I heard the caller the other night, that news Dan, and I think it's really terrible that all these people are online, trying to, like you're saying, just either get clicks or just trying to get people to talk all these, stories. And I think it's like, people just aren't having a little bit of respect, you know what I mean? Because the families, they're listening to some of these channels and seeing some of this stuff, and that's got to be really, really difficult. And I don't know, it pisses me off, seeing that stuff. Like you're saying, if it doesn't come where we know the straight facts, then we don't need to be spreading shit all over the internet. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I don't know. I just think it's really wrong, and I kind of feel like some stuff should be shut down. You know what I mean? It's like I know that everything about free speech and everything, but I mean honestly, it's like you're saying, I really don't see that he would be in jail just because. There would have to be something on him. They're not just going to keep him there just because, you know what I mean? It's like, and I mean, I watch a lot of these crime shows and stuff, and you see where they talk about, oh, well, if it's a crime of passion, a lot of times it's going to be personal. Somebody's going to be personal, and the stabbing is pretty personal from just what I've seen on TV, on the shows and stuff. So it's just kind of interesting where these people are like, oh, it's cartels and whatever. No, cartels, again, from what I've seen, they're just gonna, pretty much execute people. It doesn't seem like they would be, going into a place and stabbing somebody. And with the whole conspiracy that the cops could be corrupted there. There could be a couple, bad seeds in the bunch. But for the FBI to be coming in and be going with that, I just didn't see that. I mean, I'd have to agree with Detective John. I don't think they're gonna go and just, oh yeah, we'll let this slide or whatever. I can't buy that, I guess. That's the thing that I think is just, no, I don't think that the FBI is gonna be corrupt as well and be like, oh yeah, we're gonna we'll let whoever wants to, pin it on this guy, just do it. You know what I mean? It just doesn't seem. I mean, I can see where maybe there might be a second person involved, but I mean, again, we don't know. And at the same time, it's I don't know. I mean, I can see where someone could possibly take out 4 people. I mean, he is a big guy, and yeah, if you're stabbing somebody, then I would think in vital organs, that's gonna make a difference. You know what I mean? It's not like you're how could I say it? It's not like you're sitting there fighting knowing somebody's coming at you. It's just like you're possibly in bed, pitch dark, and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, if they're intoxicated or maybe they did, do some drugs or something. But I think it's messed up for people to be out there saying, "Oh, it's a drug house. These kids are a bunch of drug users." But they don't even know them. It's like you're just spewing your negativity, or whatever. I don't know. I just think it's really sad.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's definitely sad, and I was trying to put it out there earlier, and I mean, I feel like as people, we do need to accept the fact that there is going to be people who don't, hearts aren't into it. As far as like, a lot of us have a heart. We love, we just want to see justice play out, and then you have people who are just a reporter and don't, they report on things and really don't give a fuck about any repercussions or what people think or the families think or what anybody thinks, but they just want to grow their brand. And that's YouTube. That's what you're going to get on YouTube. You're going to get some genuine people, and you're going to get a lot of people who are just here to grow and to just continue to grow their fan base as much as they can. They don't care what they got to do or what they talk about.
They got to step on. Yeah.
It just is what it is. It's the nature of the beast. It's the nature of a business. It's like, I mean, we can even compare it to selling a product. We're on a shelf. People just, I mean, that's just how things are going to be.
Some people are going to be dirty about it. Other people are going to be honest about it.
That's what I'm saying. So you'll get a mixture of things. Like there's creators out there that look at these things as, it's a game of Clue to them, and they don't care at all. I've had a guy call in, which he told me, he was like, "This is a game of Clue to me." Okay, shout out to you. At least you're being honest about what you're doing. You don't really care about the outcome of this case. Cool. I respect you for coming forward and saying that. That makes sense on why you report the way you do.
Transparent about it. Yeah.
So it's just gonna be a thing that we'll see. I've been seeing it for years on YouTube, as far as, and I'm not just talking in true crime. I'm talking in general. People will talk about what people want to hear, or I bet when I come on here and talk about it, or people ask me for my theory, as soon as I put my theory out, all of a sudden I'm biased. Well, I guess I'm biased because I think Bryan Christopher Kohberger committed these murders. I think we got the right person, allegedly, all day long, 100%, wholeheartedly think that. I've been thinking that ever since he got arrested. And I found out there was a nice sheet with DNA. Now people poke all these holes and talk about, it being sent to 2 different labs and this, that, and the third. They think I don't hear him, and I really do hear him, but I still think they got the right guy. So it's just like, people will try to sway my mind and change my mind. It's just, you're not going to change my mind, but I'll have a healthy conversation with you all day long.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? We don't got to argue. You don't got to. People get mad at me for my thoughts, and I'm like, man, look. I hold a platform to give people a voice. That's the reason I like doing this. I like
you're giving everybody a voice. You're giving different people a voice. You can give your opinion we don't know what's going to be right until we see this trial out. I mean, again, until you see the facts, until you see what's really brought out in court, then you can make your decision whether, okay, yes or no. I get it. Yeah, he's innocent until proven guilty, but I mean, it kind of seems like there's a lot. I mean, having the sheep, having that DNA is a huge thing. I mean, that's something where a lot of, killers weren't caught back in the day, because they didn't have DNA. Well, now we have this technology, and it's getting better and better, each year, each decade, whatever. Well, the only thing that I thought right now that I was going to throw out there is, I know you guys are mentioning about the phone call, and I thought, I wonder if maybe the police, because they don't have to be truthful about everything. I wonder if maybe there was a phone call prior to that, and they're just saying that maybe that the phone call came out until 12. Because I know I kind of rack my brain too. Like, how could this girl come face to face with this guy, even if it's a party house, even if it's somebody that you don't know, and with all the stuff that she heard, going on, wouldn't she have think, oh my God, who is this guy? Like, why is he all clad in black? And you know what I mean? Like, it just, to me, it kind of, I guess it seems obvious to all the rest of us, but I can understand that too. Like, what would be the time of waiting? But if you kind of see old videos, like you're saying, rehashing stuff, but you see old videos, even I think of, I don't know, was it the Dateline, or I forget which one, they were interviewing one of her friends, and she said, I tried texting her in the morning. The fact that she mentioned the morning, I'm like, she texts Kaylee in the morning, but then she said, I didn't hear back from her, and I just knew something was wrong. And it's like, if she texts her in the morning, then that kind of makes you think, and it seemed like a lot of people too that was coming out where they were talking about where a lot of people around the area got some kind of notifications, and a lot of people were already aware of it. Because I think even I think you had mentioned it before, the Chronicles of Olivia, when they interviewed her family, Kaylee's family, and they were talking about that everybody was buzzing. People that knew her were like texting the parents or calling the parents. Something happened to Kaylee. I don't think, I kind of wonder, like, that's why I'm thinking, did maybe the police not say something? Or, I mean, not say that it's later when it's, maybe it could have been that at the scene, they're processing the scene, and maybe one of the, people that were there could have passed out or something. Mm-hmm. And it was only because they passed out because they realized, like, oh shit, this really just happened. Like, oh my gosh, I don't know, because I just kind of wondered that. Maybe it didn't come at 12 o'clock. Maybe it did come before then. But they say that it's coming at 12. Because, I mean, technically, law enforcement doesn't have to tell the public the truth, right? I mean,
absolutely not.
Just throw that out there. They could just throw that out there, just like they did with the Elantra, right? Because didn't they not say anything? And then at the end, it's like, oh, well, we're looking for this, car. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I don't feel like they have to be truthful. How do we know that maybe there wasn't a call that was made in the morning?
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It just kind of got me thinking, because, like I said, I saw that show where they interviewed one of Kaylee's friends. And, yeah, she said, I texted her in the morning. You would have thought she would have texted in the afternoon, if that's when everybody supposedly found out after that call. I don't know. That's kind of one thing I thought of, but that I wanted to bring up. But other than that, like I said, I just wanted to throw that out there that, I heard that call the other day, the lady that knew them, and I just thought, wow, that's powerful. That's pretty sad. That I'm sure these families are going through so much, and then having so much of the media, and just, I mean, even just on, like, going on the online, I mean, it's just everywhere. Really, and any little tidbit is like it's thrown out there right away. So I could see it being just really hard for them to process, to live through, to move on with their lives when all of this is so in their face, and then they're just waiting for this trial to go, to start.
It's a fact. Waiting. October 2nd, we'll see if they put any continuances in or anything like that, which I'm expecting them to. I'm expecting them to do that, but I mean, who knows? Maybe it does start on October 2nd. But 51 terabytes—that's a lot of shit to go through.
I know, because I was even asking my man, how much would that be? And he's like, like all our pictures from all our memories is like only not even that much. Like, I don't think it's even a terabyte. Like, really? Like, it's a lot. Yeah. Like a lot of data. I mean, like I said, I'm not a tech person, so I don't know, but yeah, it's crazy. But I'll let anyone else that wants to call in. So I just wanted to, like I said, just call in and say that, and about the call, and then about the other caller the other day that I mean, it's like, man, I just wish people would be a little more respectful and a little more thoughtful for families that are going through this. Because, like I said, I'm sure it's just the worst thing they'd ever have to go through. And then on top of that, having it all over social media. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's definitely everywhere. It's definitely everywhere. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you. I know you said you're in Cali, right?
Yeah.
Well, shout out to you. Lock your doors before you go to sleep, and I appreciate you being here and calling in and being a voice in the community. God bless you.
No problem. God bless you too. I always lock my doors. Always, always.
Lock
All right.
them up.
Thank you.
Stay protected, stay blessed, and stay healthy. Thank you.
Order allowing them 30 days after they receive all the grand jury material. So a lot more to come. As you know, Julia, in this case, by way of court filings, back and forth between defense and the prosecution. So we will keep track of all of that. There's also some, I just checked right before being on with you, there's also some new notices of hearings being posted. So every day something new happening.
Yeah, that's an important note that they are going to get that time after they get the grand jury materials, because with this trial date coming up so quickly, you want the defense.
Shout out to everybody too for rocking. It was last night we did 9 hours on the second channel. We were chilling 9 hours in the cut. We be chilling on the low on my second channel. 9 hours last night. That was wild on H.H. Holmes.
To have everything that they need so that they can give him the kind of defense that won't be overturned on appeal. I also want to ask you about the victim's family, because I understand that Kaylee Gonzalez's father did an interview, and this happened right after that arraignment that you were present for.
Yeah, that's right. He did speak out on his thoughts concerning the arraignment, how that transpired, seeing Bryan Kohberger again in person inside that courtroom. Julia, he had his eyes locked on the man accused of murdering his daughter, and her friends glaring at him. He would express disdain, shaking his head, nodding, sadness, comforting his family around him. And he did speak out, talking about, what happened, but also his thoughts on the defendant. Let's watch.
Rage is definitely probably the primary emotion that you have, and then I remind myself that I need to, actually understand what's going on and memorize everything that's being said, take notes. So you want to be strategic as well, because justice doesn't fall out of the sky. You sometimes you got to earn it. You got to do everything. We're just parents, and we've been thrown in this. And, we just listen and we work together and we send out our emails and, did you hear this update? Did you hear that update? So we're getting more organized, and I think we'll have a full front, showing up in that courtroom. We moved here and people move here for the safety that we have. And we have to make sure that the world knows that you can't come to Idaho. You can't hunt our children down, and you can't kill them in their beds and just be given, a room to stay. And then, this guy's a smart man. He's going to try to exercise his influence and write papers for other criminals. And he'd have a presence, and he'd still be able to act as a bad character. And that's not what we want. We're looking for somebody to, pay the price of what he did. It's not one person. It's four individuals. We're doing everything that they could possibly do to embetter their lives. And they just went to bed one night, and some monster snuck into their home and killed them.
Some powerful words from the father. He's been outspoken from the beginning, as you know, Julia, representing not only his daughter Kaylee Gonzalez, but also Madison Mogen, who was best friends with Kaylee, growing up most of their lives. And as I told you yesterday, that newborn baby of Kaylee's older sister, Olivia, inside the gallery in the courtroom, making a statement on behalf of the family, her middle name, Maddie K, after Madison and Kaylee. So a moment. And of course, the Gonzalez family says they will be at every hearing.
Yeah, we'll be at every hearing. I'm glad you will be at every hearing. We need you there. I like the Gonzalez family. I like Steve. Steve is that's a soldier to me, man. I feel like somebody from one of the families goes there and he represents them well. I feel like Steve represents them well. I see him catching slack too on social media. I see people stabbing Steve bad, like, oh, he's been suspect from the start. Like, all right, you're weird. Cut your weird shit out. Steve's been suspect from the start. Like, where are you getting that shit from? Tamara says, in my opinion, Steve is quiet and careful with his words because he doesn't want to screw anything up. He was likely advised to tone it down some. Yeah, he definitely was advised to tone it down. That's a fact. T-REV, your second channel was awesome last night. Thank you. Yeah, we had a great time. What, 9 hours? We was just chilling. I think people were sleeping in there too. Didn't have to go upstairs and made mean house was targeted. That's what it sounds like to me. He looks so different now. Do you think he's like eating more or what? Maybe depression? Steve sounds convinced to me. You think he's convinced? If anyone had doubts about Kohberger being innocent, the grand jury indicted him. So there must be a ton of evidence against Kohberger. Man, I can't wait to find out what it all is. People get indicted all the time. Sometimes people beat shit too. Now that is we just got to face reality. People can beat charges. People could definitely beat charges. People could definitely beat charges. I'm not saying that Bryan Kohberger is going to beat these charges. I'm just saying in general that people beat charges. Steve is the kind of dad most of us need. Somebody said he is just in it for the money. Who said that? Who's in it for what? Steve? Steve's in it for the money? What's going on, Mouthy Mama? Nice to see you. Mouthy Mama in the building.
With me, Chris
we got to bring him.
director of the Cold Case Foundation, which in itself is impressive. But what I find most impressive is the fact that McDonough is a former homicide detective with about 300 homicides investigated to his credit. He's the host of YouTube channel The Interview Room, and you can find him at coldcasefoundation.org. Chris McDonough. In the last days, it has emerged that in the months leading up to the murders of 4 beautiful University of Idaho students, this perv, and I don't think I'm going out on a limb saying that, manipulated a female colleague into asking him, Bryan Kohberger, of all people, to install video surveillance in her apartment. And he did, the big hero. And Chris McDonough, we believe, according to these allegations, that he broke into the woman's apartment, her home, moved things around, and scared her. And she goes to work the next day, where he was at WSU, Washington State University, getting his PhD and a teaching assistant.
McDonough.
She tells him, oh, my stars, somebody has been in my apartment. There's no doubt in my mind. This was moved. That was moved. That was in the wrong place, blah, blah, blah. We don't know exactly what was moved. It could have been a chair. It could have been a sofa. It could have been an ashtray. It could have been a trophy or a picture. I mean, I have this particular picture right beside my bed, 2 pictures. One is of the twins in their strollers, their double stroller, taken when they were babies on a street in New York. The other one is down at my church, my Methodist church in Macon, where I grew up.
Welcome
with my mother, my father, my husband, and the twins. That's beside my bed. Now, if I suddenly saw one of those in the kitchen, I would know something was amiss. So, from what the allegations are, Chris McDonough, the woman comes home and she goes, what? As he predicted, she came to work and told him about it, where he, the hero, the savior, offers to install security cams. You take it from there, McDonough. I can't wait to hear this. Hit me.
You know, Nancy, what a fascinating,
delve into
the potentially criminal mind here.
And
the individuals, obviously, that, we have all associated with in your career, my career.
How can you be so calm? What is wrong with you, man? This woman has a killer stalking her and getting in her apartment and installing her security.
Not here.
This is right. Yeah. He's obviously progressing. It's a step in the progression up to murders. She's lucky to be alive, man.
Yeah, no, I'm tracking you 1,000%. And where I'm going here is this is really the pace that he was going at, the way I'm projecting him here. Okay? He is, to your point, he's the savior. He comes into this situation with this, technical background, and he moves things around. If this is him that broke into the apartment, the first part, okay, and which it sounds like it is, and he is playing this mind game with her, but more this fear game. This guy is projecting this fear, i.e. control, by moving these items around. And who does she come to? She comes right to him and says, hey, I've gotten blah, blah, blah. These things are moving, blah, I need help.
Said Nancy's
and
out there.
He can see
we like
Nancy and says, hey, I've got the solution for you. You need to have a surveillance system. Now, let's take that also back to the incident in March for a second, where the neighbor of the victims at 1122 King, who all of a sudden goes out to her car, and there's this big question of where was Bryan Kohberger? Well, nobody knows, but we do know, and I understand from January through.
Ooh, let's see who it is. 623, what's going on? You're live. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, what's going on? 623, what's going on? You're live.
Yeah, this is Grandma Patty.
How you doing, Grandma Patty?
Okay, how you doing, grandson?
I'm hanging in there. What's on your mind? One time for your mind. What's going on?
I listened to something the other day, and it talked about in fact, I think it was day before yesterday, JLR.
Mm-hmm.
He brought up the prosecutor and whether he will ask for the death penalty, because a few years ago, there was a guy there in Idaho. In fact, I think it's the same place. He murdered 3 people, and the prosecutor, who is a Democrat, he gave him life in prison without parole. He did not give him the death penalty, and it was gruesome. And surely he's not going to do this now with these 4 young kids, because, I mean, if this isn't a death penalty case, then there's no reason to have a death penalty.
Right.
So that kind of got me. I said, surely he would not. I mean, why do you need 60 days to make up your mind whether you're going to have a death penalty or not? So
yeah,
that's been on my mind.
That's a good point.
And like I said, if this isn't a death penalty case, then there's no reason to have a death penalty.
Exactly. That's a good point.
Because these kids, I see their faces all the time. They go through my mind. It hurts me. It hurts me inside when I see them, because they were so young and they had their whole lives ahead of them. And here comes this counterfeit human being and comes and takes their lives.
Yes.
Your home is your castle. That's where you should feel safe. And for somebody to do something like that, I just don't get it. And that's all I really had to say.
Doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. I mean, complete strangers. I think that's why at first we thought it was, or at least I did, thought it was JD, because she had broken up with him. And, you always think if somebody has a motive. But, oh, my God, you don't expect a complete stranger to come in and do something like this. And I don't know. And it hurts me, and I cry. Like yesterday, I watched a video and they were showing all the kids, and they were playing the song "Wind Beneath My Wings," and I sat there and I cried. And I'm not related to them or anything like that, but down deep, it hurts. And I had told you about my grandson 3 years ago when he was killed by a drunk driver. He had just turned 21, and it, and then these kids, the way they died, and I feel for their families, and I think about them all the time. And I just called to tell you I love you. I love your people that, me, I'm still on a on a landline, so I can't, how they do the chat thing and that. I can't do any of that. But
a lot of people love
one
you.
of these days, I'm going to join the 21st century.
Yeah, well, I mean, I understand that. Didn't you say you were in Canada?
No, I'm from Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay.
Remember?
You know what? This is gonna sound crazy, but
Uh-huh.
that's where my grandmother's from.
Really?
Yes, from Phoenix.
Oh my goodness.
Born and raised Phoenix, moved to Pennsylvania. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, that's good to know.
I just find it interesting because
But anyway, I've been thinking.
No coincidences.
Yeah.
No coincidence.
But I've been thinking about you, and I've been thinking about your little pet, your little fur baby, and I've been thinking of all the people that, they call in and stuff, and I love y'all. I'm up kind of late because last night I took 2 Tylenol PMs and I ended up sleeping 14 hours, and then kind of off and on through the day. Well, I'm getting up there in age, so it kind of affected me, and now I'm wide awake, and I said, well, I'm going to check and see if T-REV's on by any chance. And you were. So I'm so happy to hear your voice.
Thank you. Do you still play the piano?
Yes, sir, I do.
You play the piano. That's all. I remember you telling me that you like to play the piano and rock out on that piano.
Yeah. Well, listen, I love you, and I love all your people that join.
I love you back.
And you take care, and I'll talk to you again sometime.
Yes, man. Thank you, Grandma Patty. I appreciate you. We love you too.
All right. Okay, love you. Bye-bye.
Love you back. Bye-bye. Grandma Patty. Shout out to Grandma Patty. She's always a sweetheart.
June, he was kind of MIA because everything was online. So
always
that piece of this puzzle in March, we have to think about this car incident where she goes to her suitcases and discovers those have been rearranged. And now we have this other incident of items being rearranged. Is there a correlation there? From an investigative aspect, those are the exact types of things we start looking at. And then we discover in that car incident, if it's connected, her underwear is in the door frame of the cup holder. And when this thing is first going down, the cops are going, well, we got a lot of car burgs going on around in this area, et cetera, et cetera. But there's no real correlation. Now this information comes out. And guess what? It's almost the same type of behavior.
Okay, let's
go ahead.
In a nutshell, tell me what events you would connect.
I would connect at this point. There's a high probability the car incident is connected.
Okay, when you're saying the car incident, I'm going to make a flow chart.
Yeah.
Which car incident are you to which car incident are you referring?
The neighbors who came out to her car
we all know who he's talking about. You're talking about the panty house, the one that's like right there next to there. I think Plunder actually had that video.
March, and discovered her suitcase had been removed out of her car, and her underwear had been taken out of her suitcase and put into the door frame into a cup holder in her passenger door. Okay.
And you're connecting this to Kohberger because?
Well, it would be consistent with this fantasy.
What about location?
Right next door to where the victims live. You can see, you go from her house right to the victim's house in her backyard.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's just too close for comfort.
So you would conceivably connect that plus
Well, and now we've got the voyeurism situation, and now we take that
the colleague
into the colleague, and now we take this 12, pings in the neighborhood, and we think to ourselves, okay. And Greg Cooper and I talked about this, by the way. As you know, Greg ran the behavior science unit. We've been colleagues since 1998. And behind the scenes, we've been just talking about, okay, Greg, what's your thought process on this? And he's point blank comes right out and says, it wouldn't surprise me that he did a recon into this residence. And I agree with him.
Let's go.
That there's a high probability he was poking around that house. Now, is that a physical recon or is it a surveillance recon? Well, we know that there's indications that he definitely was on the surveillance side, based on the fact that his phone is going to ping. But we don't know if he had access into their Wi-Fi into that house. And
well,
if he
hold on.
did,
I want to just conjure up an image for you. So, and they should be able to figure this out from movements with his cell phone.
Yes.
But we know that he set up the colleague's Wi-Fi for her, including the surveillance system in the home. So he had her passwords. He knew how to look, break into her Wi-Fi. Like when I'm on the road, even from a plane, I can log into the Wi-Fi at the house. And if I want to look at the nanny cam, I can. Usually I see the dog walking around, so it's not as helpful as you might think. But that said, I wonder how many times he would drive by her home to just get straight into her Wi-Fi. I wonder if he could log into it remote. Can you just see him hunched over his computer watching this woman? Probably just laying on her sofa reading or watching TV or something. And totally, I don't know how to put this delicately, but let's just say watching her normal behavior, like in the kitchen, maybe walking around in her underwear or PJs for sexual purposes.
That night.
That's all part of the buildup. And there are devices out there, Nancy, that are available on the marketplace. They're called sniffers. And what that device does is it captures all of the open networks within a geographic region.
Damn.
And so as a result of that, if with his technology background, for him to go and set up a camera system and get into it, that is a behavior that is somewhat very diabolical and planning ahead.
Hey, there's
right?
another aspect to this, but I'm just a trial lawyer. I think we need to shrink on this. But the planning.
Good morning, welcome.
I mean,
welcome everybody who came in. Shout out to y'all. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe. If you want to join the panel, come on up. Let's hear something. If you want to call in, call in. If somebody joins, though, I'm taking this number off and I'm putting it on Do Not Disturb. So we might have we'll see if anybody wants to join up and have a conversation. Oh my God, I'm frustrated. Do people not realize that they said, I believe he did this. I think he did this. Is not facts. Yeah. Pin a rose on your nose says, I don't believe the moving the girl's car thing was Kohberger. I feel like that is a younger frat prankster. I think Kohberger had a target and it was that house because it was very visible. Okay. I mean, do we ever think we're really going to find the truth out here on why they were murdered? I don't think so. I don't think you ever really find out the truth of why people were murdered besides digital evidence and shit like that may point to a suggestion. Oh, well, we speculate that he stalked them here because here's the proof. A to B went through all of his records on social media. He's following them. We don't know that. I'm speculating, but I'm saying in general, in past cases, I've seen shit like that. I mean, some people do confess and say why, but Will we get that here? Chris did a video a few days ago about the missing lady that was found dead. Showed a video of a bank, or you said showed a video of the bank and said don't start it about white car at bank being BK, but damn, that car there looked like BK, says Elizabeth Mason. Interesting. I didn't see that. Do y'all take international phone calls? I take international panel guests. If you can't get through to the phone number, yeah, you should be able to get through. International, I've had people call me from Ireland, etc. I don't know what lengths or hoops they had to go through to get on, but yeah. Pull up the video of the 4 men dressed in plain clothes entering the house. I think one was an informant. And which video are you talking about? Are you talking about the van? The Texas Rangers. I can't say it like that. What the fuck is the Texas Rangers? Remember that? If she's in here, she'd be laughing right now. What the fuck is the Texas Rangers? I have called. Hold on. What did you say, Maldy Mama? I have called from Canada. Yes, Maldy Mama has called multiple times from Canada. Possible BK defense. I was stalking one of the girls and was there that night, and I heard screams and dog barking, so I ran in to try to help, but I was too late. The murderer already left. Well, 61A, I see somebody definitely just called from overseas. Call back if you want to. I don't know why it hung up as soon as I answered, but that was definitely overseas phone number. What the fuck is the Texas Rangers? I got to get that in here. I definitely got to get it in here. You know, I got to get that. I got to get it in the soundboard for daytime. Hold up. Yes, one from Banfield. They got it on video. Okay, so Banfield. Who was going in that? Who was going in the house on Banfield? You could see somebody going in the house from the Banfield? I'm trying to remember your last comment. Wasn't it something like that? Whoever just called from a different country, you can't call. It did come through. When I picked up, you hung up. Oh, Lord. He gonna play the hero, says Crime Solver. Who's playing hero? Chris? Who? Yeah, added as a sound clip. See, let's see, just like Chris Watts will never know the whole truth here, maybe even know any of the truth, especially if there's corruption or a cover-up, which I suppose is the same. Corruption, cover-up. You can do corruption and cover-up all day, but you can't. I mean, could they plant victims' blood and all of that on gas pedals and floor mats and shit like that? You know what I mean? That's what I'm looking for. Physical evidence. I like physical evidence is great. One thing in the true crime field I like seeing in a case that shows, hey, this is the right person, is physical evidence. You know, circumstantial shit, all that. I like seeing physical evidence that puts somebody behind bars. You know, when the Stephen Avery case is very touchy because they had those vials of blood. So when I look at that case is crazy. Another case that's pretty insane right now, Christian Andriacchio. That's another wild case. Suicide, my ass. Him stalking them and them ending up dead would make him look worse if he admits to that. I love that sound effect though. Which one? Oh my God! That one? I have it saved. How do I email you the video? Okay, Jacqueline, you email it. Somebody will put email for you in there. Exclamation point email is my email. I don't think it'll play it right. Hold on, let me see. I put it the wrong way. There it is right there.
Who has time? Like, if somebody said, listen.
Who has time? Nancy. I'm sorry, Nancy. I don't want to listen to this video right now. Hold up, did we see this already? Yeah, this is 5 days ago. My trip to Moscow, Idaho for Bryan Kohberger. Now, this was a decent video. Another one with the defense lawyer, Bruce Rivers. That's another great video. The suspenseful. Oh, this one? You talking about that one? You must be talking about that dark, suspenseful sound. One thing he can't say was planted in what? Planted is in the 51 terabytes. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I've always wondered if this was some sort of twisted experiment to him, and he did everything he did on purpose, and the evidence they have, he wanted them to have. Trev, what do you think about Emma and D being released? Thoughts? Send them to join up on my panel so they can talk about the accusations against them. I'd love to get them on here, you know. What do I think about them being arrested? I'll tell you what I think about them being arrested. Welcome to life, where people get arrested and get in trouble for selling drugs and doing a bunch of different crazy shit. Assault and batteries, all the way down to trigger warning, rape, and a bunch of crazy other words I could start throwing around. Welcome to life, where people do go to jail and people do get put in prison for all different types of shit. That's what I think about Emma and Demetrius. Now, them being released, were they out on bond or what? 858, you're never late. What's going on? Hung up. Bing bong. Man, let me refresh this. 858 was never late, but they hung up. So it's not a date. For real. Let's see, for real. Yes, the evidence they can't use. What the hell did I just hear? I heard something go off. Who's over here doing this? For just being you. Thank you. I appreciate that, Sherry. Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate that. Shout out to Sherry. All right, I got the email right here. Let's see. Let's get it. Oh, she even put the number there. She's like, look. Okay, so. Yeah, you're talking about the Texas Rangers. The Texas Rangers. Let's pull up the Texas Rangers.
Less than an hour ago, we were here, and about 5 plainclothes investigators, we don't know if they're local, state, federal, they were inside, and we saw a lot of activity inside the home, and the home was lit up. So we were able to peek in some of the windows, but we saw those men inside the home in.
All right. So I'm going to ask a question when you said released on their own cognizance. So let's get a yes or no. Let's play a game called yes or no. Were they locked up for drugs? Were they locked up for drugs? She snitched. I'm just gonna put it out there like that. If you're locked up for drugs and you just all of a sudden get released, it depends how much it is in general. But if you got caught with a good grip and you get released real fast, you're probably telling. You know what I mean? You're probably saying, yo, I got it from Demetrius and his cousin. They had the bundles and I picked them up. You know what I mean? There it is. There's your answer on them being released. It wouldn't be, what other information are you giving up? They snitched. They snitched on dealers. That's what happened. You cooperate with the police to get your drug charges dropped. Ask anybody from the streets. You cooperate with the police to get your drug charges dropped. You set someone up. You don't just get released for nothing. You have to work a deal out to get released. If you've been to jail or been in the hood and seen motherfuckers turn on each other, that's just how it works. Snitch. Straight up. Yeah, Demarius he's the dealer. I'm telling you, I can line up this deal, Officer Prankster. I can line it up right now. I can get 5 bundles from them, and I'm telling you, hook the wire up to me. I just need these charges dropped. I mean, just look at the way these people work. Snitch board. That's really what it is. That's what I think, you know. I'm just being honest, straight up snitch. Give 3, go free, like Keister Bunny said. Give 3, go free. Wow, I never thought of that. That's the first thing I think of. They ratted. They were released like that. Yeah, they ratted. What'd they get caught with? I mean, in case it was, like a little blunt. I mean, I doubt that. What was it? Some cocaine or what was it? Cocaine, heroin, meth. How much did they have? Did they get caught with a bundle, a brick, or what? I mean, what was it? Yeah, they were ducking felonies. No pun intended. Ducking felonies. You do know that you can make a deal with the police. They can let you go free. And if you don't follow and cooperate with what you said you were going to do, they'll put your ass right back up in there and you'll get lined up on them same charges. Shit happens. I'm telling you. Definitely snitched. See, most of the time, cops already know who the big dealer is. That's the sad thing. I mean, not in every case. Not in every case that I heard of. I've seen some crazy people turn their back. People that are, yo, it's gang, dog. I'm telling you, I would never snitch on my homeboy. I would never tell, dog. And the next thing you know, homie's locked up. He's in there. Yeah, man, I can tell you everything about Jeffrey. I'll tell you everything about what Jeffrey did here. I'm going to give him up. Jeffrey, he's going to have a guy killed at 2 o'clock. Jeffrey is going to have this guy killed at 2 o'clock, guys. I'm telling you, I know it's going down. It's in my text messages. I can show you. This happens all the time. And if you know what I'm talking about, just look at the YSL case with Young Thug, an old boy who is snitching. I'm just saying, you can turn to those little examples and go look it up. Look up the Young Thug trial. What's the dude's name that was snitching on him? And he was already cooperating with the police for a while. Because when he went into that cell, he was like, you didn't tell me. I forget exactly what he said, but if you know that YSL case, then you know that dude that snitched on Young Thug.
In the 2 particular rooms where the murders took place, we did not see them leaving with any materials. I asked them a couple of times, why are they back? They did not answer me. They pulled away.
It's not Gunner, but Gunner did snitch, but it's not Gunner. It's another dude. One of the other YSL Woody. 100%. I know it's a fact. YSL Woody snitched on Young Thug and his whole entire camp. Told the police about a murder that was going to take place and all different types of crap. So I'm just saying, if you want to get off on some heavy charges and you're about to do some time, all you got, if you give up some people that you know that are dealing, that aren't even on the radar, if they're asking you for name, or you could be like, hey, I know that Brooke Wisedale is over here pushing mad weight. We'll set a deal, if they'll have you set it up. They'll have you set that up and they'll get you off some time if you do that. So are they cooperating with, the police on a drugs thing or something? She made a deal for sure. Ain't no way someone died, they was arrested for it and got out, all charges dropped for them not snitching. They had to. Exactly. Anybody who's been in with the system knows that, though. YSL Woody, look him up.
In 2 vehicles, one had a Washington state plate, the other had an Idaho plate, but that is all we can tell you. But we did see a lot of activity. This house was lit up for nearly an hour. They were inside.
Hold on. I'm talking to, all right, so with Jacqueline, I want to, you sent me this video. I've seen it 1,000 times. And who do you think is the informant, or what were you insinuating? I kind of forget the comments that you said up a little bit ago, but what were you saying? Trev, when you get a chance, listen to a local artist back in my hometown called Wild Card featuring Dead Poet, and One More Game is in the song. I'll check it out. That a whole new level of ratting out Young Thug gangs. It's in front of our face every day. See, you're right. Guys grew up together and diapers turn on each other all the time. I mean, even when it comes to murders, I know you guys watched the first 48. Come on. All my people that love true crime in here, you've watched the first 48. You've seen these gangsters. You've seen these gangsters break down like little babies. They're out here throwing up guns in the air, gang signs, and all that different shit. But as soon as they get into that box, they turn into a rat. It is what it is. It is what it is. If you're not built like that, you need to get up out that field, because when you get caught up, next thing you know, you're chewing on cheese. Straight up. Singing like Mariah Carey and shit. If you ain't built like that, don't work that job. Don't be in the streets. Don't be running that. You know, it's not for everybody. Snitching will send you fishing, but you end up sleeping with fish. Are you rapping now, Gypsy? Don't tell me about your crime. I'm snitching if they call me in. I'm not going down for anyone. Exactly. I know. Oh, I know. I was playing. Love the first 48. You see them boys break down in the box on the first 48 quick. You see them break down in the box on the first 48 fast. I mean, come on. How quick do these people break down on the first 48? Quicker than quick. Shit. It ain't no joke on the first 48. Well, I'll tell you that much. The first 48 is just too graphic for me. Why you say that? I'm surprised nobody clicked that panel button and joined. I'm gonna hide over here. I'm surprised nobody clicked the panel button and joined. I'm blown away. I've never pinned a panel up top, and for about 45 minutes, not one person clicked on it. I am very surprised right now. That's a record. Cops interrogate them for a long time. That's why they snitch. The first 48. Okay, I did read that. Yeah, I'll snitch on pedophiles. What you gonna do? Cash me outside, dog?
We don't know why. Nothing seemed to be removed. But as you know, Ashley, yesterday, a lot of the kids' belongings were removed by Moscow police to be returned to their families.
So I'm just watching these guys as they're walking by you. Were you asking them questions, and were they effectively just ignoring?
I'm going to keep pausing this shit. She said, I keep hearing I'm built different. I'm built different, dog. Detective Anderson, I'm sorry. I'll tell you everything, Detective Anderson. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, pal. Sammy the Bull. That fucker. He killed 10 people. Buried them. There's also 20 pounds of coke at his house right now, you know? I'm sorry, Detective Anderson. Lock him up. Put him in prison, you know? Pull the Papa Sal on his ass. I'm dead, man. I mean, that's what it is. Really what it is. Face it. People got to face that shit. Don't get in the street life, because your ass is going to catch a charge. You roll with people, you're going to catch a charge. You're going to get bent. Dang, Trev, I know you're busy with Sosa, and I'm sorry you can't get the specialist, but we sure miss you during the week. I am back, baby. I know I say that a lot, but just let me show you. Let me show you with action. I can show you better than I can keep saying it, you know? So I'm here to show. I'm here to stick to my shit. T-REV is in an exceptional mood. Been a rough week for you, kiddo. Stay blessed. Appreciate you. You know what it is. I'm just going to get on here and do what I do. It could be 2 people in here. It could be 100. It could be 1,000. It could be 2,000, 3,000. I'm going to just chill. I'm kicking it. If anybody wants to come up here and kick it and you want to have a conversation, come on. Call in. Do whatever. I don't care. I'm chilling. The cop said he was more of a man than the guys who did it. He was a young kid. Hold up. Yeah, that first 48 crew from Memphis. Don't fuck around. Yeah, you're talking about that's Caroline Mason. Caroline Mason is no joke. Something is definitely sus with Kopeka case, though. I don't find nothing sus with it, besides the fact that a dude died and he can't defend himself. I don't think that he was involved with Bryan Kohberger or none of that. I feel like if that was the case, it would have already done surface, because he's dead. You know what I mean? He's dead. All you got to do is lawyer up, and they can't interrogate you like that. Understand it. If asked to talk, reject the request. No good will come of it ever. Demand to be on your way if arrested. Yeah, no doubt.
You, did they say hello? Did they say anything at
Hello,
all?
John?
Not a peep. And I asked them specifically, why are you here tonight? Why are you here tonight? They did not acknowledge me. So certainly they were on a mission and they left without saying a word.
So, Nancy, I just want to point out the video that we're seeing right now. Let's blow this up full because, and let's replay that if we can too. This is the investigators walking out of the kitchen area into a hallway and then walking towards the living room. So there they are. It looks like they're emerging from the kitchen area, walking towards the front of the house. That grassy sign that's on.
Yeah, happy faces. Shout out to you. My bad. I meant to say happy faces. I just seen your message. You said for being you, happy faces. Shout out to happy faces. I appreciate you. What's up, baby?
I said I love you.
Let me kiss.
Yeah.
I love you. Are you okay? Baby came in. She had to check on me real quick. Well, yeah. Trev, do you think they gave them some important information about the murders to get out instead of snitching? What important information would they have about the murders, you know? What important information? I mean, because we could speculate on that shit all day long, right? We could speculate that they had information, but what information would they have that anybody else wouldn't have? Were they there that night and they dipped out and seen something? I mean, what would it be? Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Shout out to Athena. Then if because he's dead, why wouldn't it surface? Then why are they not releasing any information and still say it's under investigation? I think it's weird that the Kohberger case still remains open. Seems like an open, closed case to me. That's what I question about that. Now that, I mean, is interesting. Why is it open? What's the reason it's open? I mean, let's get down to the bottom of it. Let's get down to the bottom of it. Why is the Bryan Kohberger case open? Let me look at something real quick. Now you got me wondering. True crime fans. Conspiracy about Bryan Kohberger. First thing that pops up. Good gracious. True crime fans seized on the Idaho killings. Their accusations derailed lives. Damn. Bryan Kohberger's death was hard enough on his loved ones before strangers on the internet started branding him as a murderer. The 36-year-old Purple Heart recipient was shot dead by a SWAT officer in December after an overnight standoff at his Washington State apartment. His longtime best friend, Darren Duncan, was haunted by the belief that things might have gone differently if Kohberger had gotten the care he needed after suffering a traumatic brain injury in Afghanistan. Then online sleuths spread baseless claims that Kohberger was somehow involved in the November stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. Scores of posts on TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube tied his name to the crime. The accusations were as improbable as they were devastating. Hold on, is this a newer one? I've never seen this one. Across the internet, true crime inspired people have become obsessed with all sorts of unsolved mysteries and crimes pouring over the victims. It says social media pages and analyzing news reports to try to crack cases. The amateur sleuths post their theories in YouTube videos, podcasts, and online chats where some gain large followings who then share the material even more widely. Interesting. So people are talking about, but I see his statements in here. 910, what's going on? Hello.
Hello.
What's going on? You live?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing tonight?
I'm good. You said, why is it still open?
Yes. Why is it still open? Let's hear about it.
The same, probably, in my opinion, allegedly, the same reason why the chick that got drunk and drove herself into the lake.
The chick that drive. Which one? Name her?
Yeah, the chick you have a song about. I usually know her name. I can't remember. Kylie Rodney.
Yeah, Kylie Rodney. That's
if you call and ask the cops anything about her situation at all, they say we can't talk to you because the investigation is still open. But is it really? I feel like they leave shit open. I feel like they leave shit open so that they don't have to talk to you.
So you mean the Kylie Rodney case is closed though?
It's not.
From what I seen, it was.
If you watch Harsh Reality, he still contacts the police like every couple months or every couple weeks or whatever and asks them questions. And every single time they tell him, "Oh, well, we don't have any information. We can't talk to you about this because it's an open investigation."
That's weird.
I mean, unless they closed it in the last couple weeks, but that's what I figured out with that. I'm like, they're just doing that so that they don't ever have to answer anything.
That's interesting. From what I seen and found out, they said that shit was closed, and I was actually pretty baffled by it being closed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're doing anything with it. I think they just leave it open.
Right.
He posts the letters where he writes or the emails where he writes them and then they write him back. He posts it. I feel like the last one he showed was like maybe. I'm not really good with Tom, but like it wasn't like super, super long ago, like within the last month. Like well after the last information we ever heard. You know what I mean? Like, and they just told him, and they tell him that every time, like every now and then he'll post and say, I got back and asked him again.
I don't know why.
And as far as whoever was asking about if they're wondering if that Emma chick is if she snitched or whatever, you can go back and watch her DWI video, and when that cop is trying to move her car, see if anybody can drive her car home. As soon as he asked her about her car, like, is anybody in your car sober enough? Like, she automatically assumed he was about to search her car, and she just busted out with everything in the car is Margaret's. Like, she threw that chick right under that bus, and that dude wasn't even trying to search her car.
That's just crazy. People paranoid as hell.
Well, I mean, that's pretty quick to throw your friend under the bus like that. You're not even like, he's just trying to get your car home.
Some people just freak out, and they can't handle the pressure. Or at least if
they don't need to be messing with stuff that's gonna, get other people locked up. I mean, all these kids they play with all this grown up stuff. I mean, if you want to call it, stuff that they have to account for and be a grown up for later, and then they get caught or they get in trouble and they cry and call their parents and or telling Margaret because she's in your front seat. That's fucked up, man.
The crazy thing is that they closed. From what I've seen with the Kylie Rodney cases, they allegedly closed it and then opened it back up. So now I'm seeing that it's open again. Just a month and a half ago, it said closed. Crazy shit, right?
Yeah, I watch all kinds of stuff everywhere, like all day, and yeah, I usually have pretty good information because I don't just repeat what I've heard. I try and look for, evidence and stuff.
I think
right now,
when it comes to Kylie Rodney's case, though, I think that she was killed intentionally.
I mean, I don't know that she was killed intentionally, but she was definitely, something happened to her, and it wasn't. Oh, she got drunk on no alcohol in her system and drove herself into the lake.
I don't believe she drove in that lake.
That didn't happen.
Even, and I'm saying it this way too, even if somebody was in the vehicle with her and they escaped and they were just scared to say something happened, is what I'm saying. Like, something definitely happened there, in my opinion, allegedly. I always thought that.
Oh, yeah.
They rule.
But I mean, that's just like how people are all like, I can't wait till the trial so we know what really happened. Well, I don't understand why you think that makes we're gonna know what happened just because they have a trial. Like, we only know what we're told, and they're doing a lot of stuff in this case right here to keep us from knowing certain stuff. I don't know what it is. I don't know what this whole shade tree operation I don't know what it is, but there's something weird about this case that they don't want us knowing.
I wonder what
all the channels, I came in late because all the channels I was watching earlier, I was catching up on for the day, they were arguing about the Kim girl saying that her daughter knew at 10 o'clock in the morning, and then I don't know if you watched that the Dave guy that's going around saying that he knew at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And then the chick from What's the Obsession has these two guys from the school that she talks to, and they're like Ethan's frat brothers, but you know that she doesn't name them or whatever, but that's just who they were. And she's like super like adamant, like nope, these people keep coming on these shows and saying these kids knew and they did not know, because if anybody was going to know, it'd be these guys. And which got me thinking, well, it seems to me if somebody was calling people early ass in the morning, it's got to be somebody from inside that house. And I don't think they were calling to put the information out that everybody was dead. I think they were calling somebody for help. You know, the kind of help where
you talk about.
I don't want you to call everybody.
Debunk that liar. I debunked that liar. She's been debunked for a minute. She's a liar. Straight up lied.
I mean, it doesn't dispute the fact that people knew well before the cops knew.
Like who though?
I don't live there.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying.
Who knew?
Even the cops pretty much admitted that. That's why he gets all red whenever they're asking him that in the press conference. He's like, I don't know anything.
No, I mean, like, who knew before the police were called? Because I know that somebody, I forget which episode it was on Dateline. Well, was it Dateline? It might have been ABC. I forget which one it was, but one of the friends said that she called, and when she called to find out why he wasn't at class, they told her that's when she had found out. So
the other sorority sister sits up there and she's crying, and she says she didn't answer the phone because it was the morning, and they bleep out her. If you watch her, she says it was 10 in the morning.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if that's what
she knew it. She knew at 10 in the morning. Like I'm saying, like I don't know any of these people. All I know is everything I watch and all that. But I'm just saying, these kids are all mad that other people knew and they didn't. But I think somebody called for help as an assistance. Like, I don't know what to do. For some reason they thought they were in trouble, and they called somebody, and the people called somebody else, but everybody that was calling made sure not to call, I don't know, people that were going to call for real help. Like his brother or his frat brothers. And I think that's how people knew.
And that's one, and what you're explaining right now is the reason why I think the families want this fucking gag order lifted, so the real information could start spreading around.
I mean, in no way whatsoever do I think that Bryan Kohberger didn't have anything to do with it. That dude looks like he might as well have serial killer tattooed on his face. Like, if he didn't do something, he was about to. Like that, the energy he gives off is not good. Like his neighbor who said that his girlfriend wouldn't let him hang out with him because she's like, do not bring that dude in my house again. Like, sometimes you just know. You meet people and you're like, oh, God. Mm. Have you ever been in a situation where all of a sudden you just got a feeling you were about to die if you didn't, like, get out of the situation?
Mm. Yeah, I've been in some crazy situations.
Do what?
I said I've been in some crazy situations. I've been around people that I know are bad news, too.
Yeah, like I was at this I'll just keep it short. I was at this dude's house one time with my ex, and we were sitting there talking to this dude, and he was acting weird, but he wasn't like threatening or anything like that. He was just acting weird, and he had another guy that looked like Frank Zappa in there with him, and they were just talking and laughing and giggling and stuff. And all of a sudden, just like a premonition, like just this thought popped in my head. I was like, I need to get out of this house right now, or I'm gonna die. And like I panicked, and I'm not even a panicker because so many bad things happen. I'm really good in emergency situations. But this one instance, I couldn't even get the door open. Like I was trying to get out so bad because I was just terrified for absolutely no reason other than it just popped in my head. I needed to get out of this house. And my ex like popped up behind me, and he unlocked the door and pushed it open and pushed me out the door. And I look as I'm running to the car, and he's running too. And I got in the car, and then we hauled ass, and I looked at him. I was like, "Why are you running?" He was like, "Oh, I felt that too." He's like, "I know." Like, and it wasn't anything that anybody said or did or anything. It was just a feeling. I know I wasn't crazy because he got it too. Like, there wasn't anything in the situation to tell us that. It just was a feeling like you need to go. You know, sometimes you just feel people's energies, or you know, you just know. And I think that dude's a creeper. I just think that there's people in this situation that know more, participated more. Something isn't right, and there is no other crime ever that you could tell me where somebody waited 9 minutes to call 911, where they weren't thrown in an interrogation room and threatened and yelled at and screamed and told they were the suspect. Because why didn't you call for help? Why did you sit there and let your husband, your friend, whoever die? And yet this situation, we're supposed to just be like, oh, they're little kids. That's what, they're not little kids.
Mm-hmm.
And if they were little kids, they'd probably know better to call 911. Like,
yeah, that's a good point.
It's insane to me. Like, I've been watching true crime since before it was like popular. Like, I'm old, and back in the day, like I've been like investigating and doing that kind of like, you know, like researching it and stuff since I just had you know, like books in my library, and people would come to my house for the first time, and they'd like be reading my books, like scanning them, and then all of a sudden I'd see like their whole, you know, like their demeanor change. I'm like, Jesus, I'm not a serial killer. I just like reading about them. Like, and there is no other case I've ever heard of where it was just okay that these dead bodies sat around and everybody in the house was like, cool, we'll get to it, you know, or all these different reasons why nobody called 911. It's not acceptable any other time.
Right. So
even if you call your mama because you panic and you're like, oh my God, I don't know what to do, and your mom's like, hang up the phone, call 911. They will still pull you in there and scream at your face and be like, you didn't even call for help, you called your mom. And like, they don't stand for that. So I don't understand why everybody's supposed to just ignore that this time. There's something not right about that, period.
I agree. There's definitely something not right about that. And I want to know, that's the biggest question I have, is that 8-hour gap.
It drives me insane. Like, I post everywhere, I'm like, and to this day, Dylan still hasn't called 911. Like, it's insane to me.
Yeah, I don't know what the reasoning is, but I mean, you came face to face with the killer. Let's face it. You came face to face with the killer, allegedly. You looked at a guy with a mask on, fully covered, and went into that shock face. So, I mean, can't wait to hear that. It can't
be something. The reason for her not calling can't be something totally innocent, or they would have told us, if nothing else, to get everybody to stop harassing her and accusing her of things. Because how is that affecting their case in any way? If it's some innocent thing, they would have just told us. Instead, they give us like 3 different versions, and then be like, we talked to her, she said she was asleep. Oh wait, we talked to her again, and this time she told us a new story, and she saw him. And what? Oh no, this shit just gets me worked up. I'm sorry, but I'll get off of here.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling in.
All right.
God bless you. Lock your doors. Be safe.
You too.
And make sure you call the police on the first hour.
No shit.
God bless you. Shout out there. 470, what's going on? 470, you can hear me?
Oh, what's going on, T-REV? Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you fine. What's going on, bro?
All right. Yeah, how you doing, bro?
Hanging in there. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right. I just have 2 quick points because I could go on and on about this case. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of where you stand or you believe Kohberger did it, you don't believe he's innocent. You believe how weird things are with him going in the house, with the house being full of people. What I'm gonna say is that Ellie is trying to convince us that this guy has a PhD, right? He has a PhD. He's one of like 3 students that were chosen for that PhD class, whatever. Okay, so you're telling me that the kid has a PhD, but he decided to drive his own car.
Mm-hmm.
He drove his own car to commit a quadruple murder. That's what Ellie's trying to convince us. Now, we've seen people take their own car to commit murders before. It's nothing new. But that's what they're trying to convince us. However you take it, with a grain of salt, with a grain of sugar, that's on you. But I don't know if you've been following the docket lately. They're asking the defense for proof of their alibi. They're demanding that they release all the information about Kohberger's potential alibi.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you're telling me that you're convinced that you have the killer. You have his DNA, you have him on video, you have his car, but now you're going to tell that jury that you're asking the defense for proof of their alibi. You're so convinced that they have an alibi, you're asking proof of it. You're not just, basically saying, oh, this is bullshit. You're demanding, I don't know if you read the docket, they're demanding that the defense release proof of their alibi, who their alibi sources and everything. What kind of sense does that make? You think you have the killer, you're convinced that you have the killer, you have his DNA, but also you think that the defense have an alibi? That's all I wanted to say. I don't know if that makes any sense to you, bro.
It's hard to answer without knowing the whole story full. You know what I mean? Like, that's hard to just even, because I don't know what, on both sides, I got to know who's saying what and what's being said. And they're going, hey, well, I want proof of this, that, and I need to know what's being said by both parties before I can actually make a decision on that.
Yeah,
because it could be something like as he was here and he was shopping here, or he was this, that, and maybe there one. I don't know what it is. I'm just speculating, but
I mean, we all speculate. None of us. There's a gag order. No one knows for sure. I'm just that came out in the docket, and that they're demanding. It's one thing to say, okay, you have an alibi. Okay, let them present their alibi at trial. But you're demanding that they provide this alibi. So you're basically saying that you're convinced that they have a credible source. You're not just basically diminished that, like saying that, oh yeah, whatever, this is bullshit, this is crap. You're basically demanding that they have this alibi so you can research it because you're convinced that they have something. Like, what if you have your guy? There's no such thing as having an alibi. This guy did it. You have his DNA. You got him on camera. You got his car. Like, what more proof did you have to convince the jury? What alibi? You have him on video. But unless you really don't, and now you're asking the defense for proof of the alibi. That's all I wanted to say. I didn't want to talk too much. That makes no sense to me. On top of everything that's going on in this case.
I respect it.
You get what I'm saying?
Respect.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So,
what are you talking about specifically? Like, who posted it?
Oh, that's in the docket. I don't know if you review the docket. I mean, if you could look at the docket, the defense is, the prosecutor is asking the defense to release, is asking for discovery from the defense. Usually the defense is asking for discovery from the prosecutor.
Mm-hmm.
The prosecutor filed. If you look at the docket, you'll see that they filed for a motion for discovery. They asked him for a proof of Bryan Kohberger's alibi. So potentially, allegedly, he has an alibi, and they're aware that he has an alibi, and they're asking the defense for proof of that alibi, who the source is, and what where he was at the time of the murders. So they're asking that from the defense. So to me, I'm like,
he claims he has an alibi, so they're probably asking in return of, okay, well, you say you have an alibi. What is your alibi then? Prove it. That's what it sounds like to me, because I remember that now that you mentioned that, I remember this coming out. What was it? April 30th. I remember seeing some shit about that. It may even be early May or May, between May 1st and May 10th. But I remember seeing. Now that you said that, I remember seeing a report about, I didn't know if it was true or false though, but about him saying that he had an alibi. So I remember seeing that shit.
Now remember
you said that.
Now remember
this on dockets though.
Now they're stating. Remember, they were stating that Bethany Funk has what is he? She has information. It's exculpatory information about the case, okay? Mm-hmm. But we don't know for a fact what that is, right? But let's say T-REV, you got me going in a store, stealing a bag of chips, I don't know, stealing whatever.
Yeah.
And then I go to the police and I tell them, nah, that's not me. I got an alibi. I was at my mom's, I was at my cousin's or whatever. You feel me?
For sure.
The cops, if you're a detective, you're going to tell me, get the fuck out of here. Lock them up. You can't tell me that you got Kohberger's DNA. Get the fuck out of here! I don't care if it's touch DNA. Matter of fact, you got video proof of his car, and then you have him turning off his phone. You got pings, so you got circles. You got evidence on top of evidence on top of evidence, and then you're gonna tell me that you're acting, that you're so convinced, that you're so curious about the fact that he might have an alibi, that you're asking the defense, you're filing paperwork for discovery, and usually the prosecution don't ask for discovery from the defense, from a defendant. You're asking for discovery from the defendant, not just saying, oh, we'll deal with this at trial. You're asking for, right now, you're asking for discovery from the defendant about his alibi. That means that you must be convinced that you have to attack this. This alibi must be real. Because if I got you on video doing something, there's no alibi, bro. There's no alibi. I got you on video doing something. I got your ping. I got your phone. I got your DNA. There's no alibi. What you mean? What alibi? Unless they don't got a clear shot of him. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, they're stating they're not using the DNA. The car. They're not stating that there's a license plate. They're saying they have this car, and they weren't even sure that if it was a 2013 or 2015. Now I'm not this guy's defense lawyer, bro. This guy could be guilty as hell. I don't know. I'm just here like.
No, it's a valid point. It's a valid point, and it's a valid thought.
But how do you have someone on video? You're trying to convince a jury. You're still trying to convince a jury. I don't care how you want to put it. You charged this man. You basically extradited him across country, flew him on a jet to the other side of the United States because you're convinced that this is your guy. But also, you're gonna ask this guy to provide his alibi? Like, that's crazy. It's one thing somebody did a crime yesterday, you don't know what's going on, and then you trying to give me your alibi. You've been investigating this shit for like 6 months now. You got everything on this guy. You're ready for trial, and now you're asking him for his alibi. So you must think that there's a chance, there's a possibility that you got the wrong guy. Mm-hmm. That's basically what you're saying. You're creating the reasonable doubt for you to get a conviction. You need to get a guilty without reasonable doubt. You just created that. You just created the reasonable doubt. You're so convinced that this guy alibi might be credible. You're asking for him to provide it. You're demanding. You're going to the judge and demanding that this guy provides this alibi to you because you're so convinced it's not bullshit. If it was bullshit, you would have told him this is bullshit. You get what I'm saying? I'm not defending the guy. Shit. I don't know. This guy could be a serial killer for all I know. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying the logical sense here. You feel me? Like this is I've never heard of that before. I mean, I've never seen that before.
I mean, what if because our law experts, can we get an answer for this shit? You know?
What'd you say?
I said, where the hell is our law experts at in here at night? I know some of them are awake.
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
I'm surprised. Yo, bro, I'm surprised. Usually you're covering everything. I'm surprised no one is covered. I mean, one person covered it. I think JLR said something about it.
Yeah.
Somebody else said something about it briefly, but no one is doing a segment on it at all. It's in the docket, but no one is talking about it.
Well, let's fucking talk about it. You know, let's talk about it.
I'm bringing it up. You know what I think? When we bring it up, when we bring this shit up, it automatically, you know what I'm saying, make Kohberger, it creates a reasonable doubt. So no one's trying to cover that shit because everybody thinks this motherfucker's guilty. And the way they came out with the evidence, yo, I got this dude on I got DNA, you got DNA, you got video, you got his car. Man, that's the guilt, that's the conviction to me. If any other crimes happen, you got somebody's DNA in his car, yeah. Fraud is
but I respect your open. I respect the open talk. See, you're not carrying it to somewhere that it's not. You're bringing up a valid point that you have a question about, and is you know what I mean.
Bro.
And I fully hear it, and you convinced me to talk about it right now.
Bro, I'm just speculating. I'm not, like I said, like I'm gonna say it a million times. I don't know. This motherfucker could be a serial. He could be BTK. All I know. I'm just saying the common sense here. I've never seen this shit in my life. Excuse my language. That the prosecution, you'll have DNA. Have the car, have this dude on video. We convinced the charges dude. We extradited him. We're ready to fry him. We gonna give him the freaking firing squad. Yeah, but also, Judge, can you make sure this guy provides me with his alibi because I think it might be credible? That's basically what you're saying. You're so convinced that the shit might be credible. You need to make sure he provided you so you can look at it. You can't have your cake and eat it too. So I'm gonna leave it at that, bro. I'm not holding everybody for too long. You know what I'm saying? I just want to leave it at that, bro. But thanks for taking my call, bro.
I appreciate you calling in, brother, and bringing that up. I mean, that's a good point. And I would like for somebody to touch on that has some law background.
Yes, you know, I've seen a lot of lawyers covering this case now. I see this guy with the long hair, and I think that lady Burkhart.
You need to watch. Hey, watch Bruce Rivers. Watch Bruce Rivers. He's going to be covering it too. Bruce Rivers is a defense lawyer. He's had people exonerated from prison, so he's a good one. Though he just made a video recently. Check it out.
Yeah, I will, man. I'm just speculating like everybody else, man. Thanks for taking my call, brother.
Yeah, no doubt, brother. Yeah, Bruce Rivers covers like hip hop shit too, though. Like that's what he mostly covers. But I was surprised to see that he kept following up with this case because that was his third video on it, and this one was recent.
Yeah. Nah, man, you're one of the pioneers of this shit, bro. You're the first dude that got me even following true crime, man. I was not into this shit, man. You know what I mean? I started, you know what I'm saying? You're the first YouTuber I started watching, man. I'm like, yo, this guy, he got hip hop, and then at the same time, he's like you cover shit from the heart, like you covered like a real person. You're not out here just trying to, you know what I'm saying, go with a narrative. You actually, you know, you show both sides. You have you make sense with your shit. You know, I respect that, bro. You know.
I know, but I really do. I mean,
keep doing your thing, man.
I appreciate you, brother. God bless you, man. You have a good night, man.
All right, you take care, T-REV.
No doubt, brother. God bless. Panel's open. Who wants to talk? Where I was at. He said there would not be a grand jury if they did not have concrete evidence. The alibi was for Pennsylvania case. Huh. Is that what it was for? I thought I seen some shit right here. I'm looking at it. Hold up. Bryan Kohberger claims he has an alibi. This was a while ago. I mean, I'm talking April. Let me see. April 30th, May 1st, May 3rd. So this was May 3rd, May 30th, May 4th. That's wild. So they have all that. They got all my damn thumbnails on Google, man. If you hit Google, you see T-REV thumbnails out the asshole. Let's go. Great caller. Man, we're all the scaredy cats. Y'all scared to come up on panel, man. Y'all are scary. Don't be scary. Come on. Don't be scary. Where's Detective John at? What are you being scary for? If you're scared, say it. No, it's not for Idaho. Idaho not asking Kohberger anything about Pennsylvania. It was for PA. I think people got it confused because allegedly people are saying it's for now, but this whole alibi thing was for Dana Smithers, right? Correct? Am I wrong or am I right? I thought it was for Dana Smithers, but what's going on? Their screams and audio, plus they were being told to sit down. Also, go outside. Also, a deep man's voice giving instructions, not Ethan's, all allegedly at this stage. If they put in a defense of not guilty by reason of insanity, they can't do that. They can't do reason of insanity. They don't. Idaho doesn't have insanity. He said that game was wild last night. They built that whole entire video game from start to finish off of H.H. Holmes, America's first serial killer. 9-hour stream we did last night. We did a beast stream on my second channel. The state of Idaho is requesting his alibi. So the state of Idaho is requesting his alibi. The new one now is for PA. No, it's not. See, we got. I see the chat boxing in there. No, it's not. Yeah, it is. No, it's not. I see that. I see a lot of that going on. What's going on out there? Damn, I got do not disturb on. My bad. 219-885-9693. I put that phone number up at the top, or you can join by clicking up top and coming up on panel and just having a conversation. You don't have to show your face on panel, but you got to show me that you're real backstage. If you are going to come up, you got to show me that you're real before I even bring you up. But you can turn your shit off. Just show me you're real. I'll do this. I'll say when you see me do this, that means I seen you. Turn that shit off. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. $762, you're in the mix. What's going on?
Hi, this is Mr. Hayes. Okay.
Hey, what's going on? You're live.
So, the previous caller, the document that he's referring to, it is regarding Idaho. If you look at the code or the law that they reference, if you go Google it and look it up, it is the law, or it is a part of the process that after the arraignment, you ask for the alibi. This is nothing out of the ordinary, nothing suspicious. This is a part of the process. Due to that code, when someone is arraigned, after that, the prosecution asks the defense to let them know if they plan to use an alibi. This is just normal procedure. And I've been typing the law in the chat, so anyone want to go look it up, it says it. Because I was suspicious at first too, like why would they be asking for an alibi now? And when you read it, it says after the arraignment, the defense has to let the prosecution know. The defense requests the alibi, and then within 10 days, the defense has to let the prosecution know if they plan to use or have an alibi. So nothing suspicious here, in my opinion.
So you're saying that it's just protocol?
Normal procedure, because they cited, if you look at the document that he's referring to, they cited the law. They put it in there. So all I did was went to go and put what they cited into Google, and it comes right up. First sentence. After arraignment, the prosecutor, I typed it in the chat. I mean, I copied it, pasted it in the chat. Let me see if I can read it while we're on the phone. Notice of defense of alibi at any time after arraignment before a magistrate upon a complaint and upon written demand of the prosecuting attorney, the defendant shall serve within 10 days or at such different time as the court may direct upon prosecuting attorney a written notice of his intention to offer a defense of alibi. So they want it in writing if it exists.
Okay. That's not true. My lawyer specifically said he would never show his hand. That is showing your hand. Who knows what's true or not?
Well, you may be right, but I'm looking at what they quoted. Maybe
I was just reading chat. That's somebody said that in chat.
I was gonna say maybe it varies from state to state, whatever state they live in. Maybe that's not the law there. Maybe that's not a rule there.
Interesting. So the alibi. I mean, I don't know. So I mean, people can. You see where people's minds can go with that type of verbiage, especially with there being a gag order out there, especially with being, there's not knowing everything that's involved in this case evidence wise. Like there could probably be 2 or 3 things in evidence that would make people just damn, like, oh shit.
Run with it. If you don't, if you just go with the narrative, you can go down that rabbit hole. But if you just look at what they're fighting, they're specifically telling you why they're saying it. They're saying it because of this code right here. You go look up the code, that's what they're asking for. But I can see how someone can get confused, and then it all came out too around the time when everyone was talking about that Dana Smithers case in Pennsylvania, so people were getting confused thinking they were talking about that. But it had nothing to do with that. It's Idaho.
This case.
So my 2 cents is question things, but don't look at it from just one side. Look at it from all perspectives. Even with the roommate, look at it from 2 perspectives. Don't just look at your perspective. Look at it the opposite way. Could it possibly be this way? It's the people who don't try to look at different perspectives that get me. They just are adamant if it happened this way. Could it not have happened a different way? Is it logical to believe that? Is it logical to believe that law enforcement questioned them and grilled them, and then they just said, "Okay, nothing to see here. We believe you." You don't think they checked their phones? You don't think they checked? You don't think the people, the crime scene investigation, did luminol to see if they cleaned up blood? You don't think they checked their story at all? You just think they just said, "Okay, we believe what you said. You're pretty. Go right ahead." Is that logical? Do you guys really think it's a big cover up? Because, is it really that big that they're just gonna say nothing to see here? In my opinion, they probably was the very first suspect. They probably got grilled harder than anybody. I don't think they just said, "Okay, walk away, nothing to see here." My logic is that's just not logical to me. But let's just look at, when I say look at 2 perspectives, so let's just look at it the other way. Let's just say they did say it's nothing to see here. You think they're going to risk their case when they take it to trial with the defense coming up and grilling her and they didn't do it first? You think they're going to risk that?
Right. I don't know. Chat saying they're having a hard time hearing you. It is kind of low, though. I ain't even going to hold you.
Let me come off my...
You're fine.
Is this better?
Yes, man. That's a lot better.
Okay. But I just think that just try to look at everything from different perspectives, because we don't have all of the pieces. So when I look at everything, I'm questioning everything, but I'm looking at it from both angles, defense and prosecution. And I go with my logic, not emotion. Yeah, it doesn't make sense that they didn't call for 8 hours. It's like, it doesn't make sense to me. But logically, do I really think that law enforcement just said nothing to see here? I'm not gonna question you. I'm not gonna go check your phone to see if you're telling the truth. I'm not gonna do luminol to see if you cleaned up. I'm not gonna. I mean, it's just logically. I'm trying to go with logic here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
I 100% agree with you too. Logic all day long. What would they do? What do they do in 90% or 80% of murder cases and houses and shit like that? What's the procedure? You just think of that in your mind and there's your logic. If they didn't follow that, then there's some weird shit going on.
Right. I just don't think they would risk their trial risk their case going to trial and not grill those girls knowing that the defense is going to do just that.
I really think they did grill them. Don't you?
In my opinion, they're gonna beat the defense to the punch. They're gonna ask them all them questions before the defense get a chance to. The defense won't have many questions to ask because the prosecution is gonna beat them to it. The prosecution suspected them probably from day one. Like, they were probably the number one suspect. They were probably the most criticized. I can see them having something to do with it too. I can see the other perspective, but if I had to go with which one makes logical sense, logically, I just don't see. If they know the world is looking at them, they're just gonna say, nothing to see here. Go right ahead. No one will find this suspicious. We're just gonna let you walk. Like, logically, it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I feel like it is an explanation. When you hear the explanation, you may not agree with it. Yeah. But in their minds, it makes sense to them. It makes sense to law enforcement if they're not behind bars. If the families ain't questioning it, why should you be concerned? So let's just wait and see.
You got a good point. That's what I'm saying. When I logically think about this shit, I thought, and I've mentioned this in the past, they had Dylan and Bethany in that box, and they probably did lawyer up. And they probably, you know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, I'm sure they if they didn't, I don't know why they didn't. If I'm in the house and everybody turns up murdered and I'm the only one left, give me my lawyer as soon as you put me in the box. Now, at first I might be like, okay, I'm confused. But I know when they put them in the box, give me my lawyer because it looks suspicious. Like, it looks suspicious. Give me my lawyer. You would look suspicious to me if you didn't have a lawyer. And then another thing I logically look at is, as an innocent person, I'm sitting here at 3 o'clock in the morning in my house. They come and raid my house right now. Get on the ground. Come on, everybody, get on the ground. Come in. And they start putting out stuff. Okay, coincidentally, my phone was turned off here, and I know I'm innocent. It's just too many coincidences. Is this logical? I mean, that they would just bust in, and this man has absolutely no clue what's going on, and then they find all these coincidences. That's just logically, it's possible that he could be innocent, but logically, it weighs more on the side that how they gonna have all this evidence pointed against you, and that nobody knows me. I'm not popular. I'm just low key over here in WSU. Nobody knows who I am, and they just bust in and they just put me on the ground, and then they started throwing all this stuff on the floor, on the table, saying, "Look, we got you doing this, we got you doing that." Like, how likely is that it happens? But what are the chances of that happening?
Yeah.
What's the chances?
A lot of people are, the PCA doesn't make sense. Well, the PCA is holding out a lot of shit. You know what I mean? Like the probable cause affidavit is holding out a lot of information. They're just giving you little pieces of smidges.
Why do they have a gag order? My take on that. They need to protect the case. Let's just say it's no gag order. You know how people are. It's no gag order. If this man get convicted, the first thing everybody gonna yell is, he didn't get a fair trial. Which one would you rather go on? people making up conspiracy theories based on no information, or making conspiracy theories based on information that they do have. I'd rather take my chances on people making conspiracy theories because they don't have no information. So you can't say that I said anything because you didn't hear that from me. You just heard that from some hearsay source. So that's gonna hold up better in court than me telling you all my case, and then now everybody, regardless if they release their information on what they have on him, everybody is still gonna have an opinion. They're gonna have an opinion regardless. So I'd rather we don't know nothing, so that you don't have no reason to say that he didn't get a fair trial. He's not fighting it. So why are we worried about it? He wanted to stay.
That's
you say innocent to proven guilty. Let's go with the innocent then. He wanted to stay, so let's let it stay then. He wants it to stay.
A lot of people are just ripping. They still on this PCA shit. It's like we're past the PCA. We about to go into trial time. A grand jury indicted this man. We passed the PCA now. I mean, don't we think the defense would have ripped that PCA apart and stopped it from getting to a grand jury if it was that bad? If there was that much missing shit in that PCA, and they thought they could poke some crazy amount of holes in it, I think there would have been a bigger fight.
They would have poked them by now. If Bethany could exonerate him, he would be exonerated by now. If they had some smoking gun, he would be exonerated by now. I'm not saying that he's guilty. All I'm saying is the defense doesn't really have they don't have anything, because if they did, he would be out.
Yeah, I feel like if they had,
I don't read anything into him standing in silence, because regardless of if he would have said anything again, the public would have had something to say. So that doesn't mean anything to me. The fact that he stood silent, so what? That can mean anything.
Well, they compare that to the school he went to with a girl, with the chick, I forgot her name, but she went and studied on BTK and this, that, and the third, and BTK took silence in the courtroom, and he was with that professor or whatever, etc. And that's why people connect that like that.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. I wouldn't want to say anything. YouTube, social media, internet, vultures all day. I'm not saying anything. Because y'all are going to tear it apart. Look how y'all tore apart the judge because he mispronounced the name.
Yeah,
he's the judge. They tore him apart. I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, no, I don't. I can respect that all day long. You ain't no lying. Ain't no lying either. You say something wrong, you getting tore to fucking pieces, no matter what it is. You got a point.
I'm not saying anything. But if I was innocent, I'm a female though, so I don't know. You may be able to tell me to be quiet, but I'm gonna cry. The fact that he has no tears. He's strong if he is innocent. He is strong, because I would have tears at least. I would be quiet because maybe I will trust my lawyer. You tell me, don't say anything because it can look suspicious. But you can't stop me from crying. I'm sorry. You can't stop my bottom lip from trembling, even if a tear doesn't fall. You can't stop. It's certain things, like if I'm innocent, maybe it's a female thing. I can't. I don't know. He's strong. You
never know. You might be part of the jury. Sound like they need you up to.
But I'm just trying to keep. I don't go one way or another because I don't know anything really. And when I'm in the chats and everything, I like to challenge people on when they say stuff as fact. I like to challenge them of where it comes from. And most of the time, people can't answer because it's hearsay. It's like nobody ever comes with a fact and then try to back up. BK. It's like they come with some hearsay that somebody said, somebody said this. I can't remember where somebody said this, or I heard in the beginning and I heard this, but nobody is saying what is a fact. So that's all I'm asking is stick to the facts. Like, give me a fact and then tell me what you think. Don't just go by, well, somebody said this, and they like an example right now I can think of. People were called at 9
There's one thing I
a.m.
can't stand before you go on with that, but there's one thing I can't stand. People be like, well, damn, Rev, or damn, everybody's going with what the media is saying. Nah, I'm not going with what the media is saying. I'm going with what was found at the scene, the pangs, etc.
Exactly.
I'm going with. I personally think they do got the right guy. I don't give a fuck if News Nation. I don't give a fuck if CNN. I don't give a fuck about none of them. I'm going based off what was found at the crime scene. I don't give a shit about no media. A media can eat a dick. Chris Cuomo,
you were going by
all of them. I don't care. I'm going based off of facts that are put in front of me that
exactly
the investigators had got. And so far for me, it looks like they got the right guy. That's just me though. I hate when people say, man, stop following the media's narrative. I'm like, what media? I don't give a fuck about no media. You know what I mean? Like,
if you were following their narrative, you would be saying some outrageous stuff. I don't see you saying anything outrageous. I just see you saying, like you said, the facts, what law enforcement says. But then everybody's response to that is, well, it's corruption. I'm like, well, I don't know. I just, until you show me some corruption, like, I really can't say. I just gotta trust law enforcement at this point. So, I mean, I just got to trust it until I'm proven that it is some corruption. And then when I say prove it, it's like, oh, I got to dig for this document and this. If you've been doing all this research, like, you should be able to spew this off your tongue, like off the rip. Like, it shouldn't be you should have it on bookmark or in your search engine. Like, it shouldn't take long to get back to it. Just like I searched for that code at the beginning. In my search engine, went right to it because I've been searching it. Ain't no I need to dig for it. I need to try to find it. No, I'm going to go right to the fact that I found. I don't, like, why is it always stalling? And, oh, I got to look for this and you'll see. And, I mean, it's just, I don't get it. The theory about they were called at 9 o'clock. We all know that they were called before police. But now everybody want to put a time on it just because Kim WSU said something and Dave said something. Now everybody want to put a time on it. Like, now we believe in that. We know that they were called before, but the time is like, that's hearsay.
How much you want to bet I can create? How much you want to bet I can create a character, name him Jeremy, and have everybody think that I lived in Moscow and put out all this information and start going on these shows? I can create a whole different character, change my voice. Yeah, I'm Jeremy. I live out here in Moscow, Idaho. I'm telling you right now that Ethan and Jana were at my party. They were rolling up a blunt. They were selling.
Yes.
Telling you.
Hearsay.
Come on.
Hearsay.
Show me. Show me that they put skin cells on this knife sheath that they found at the scene, right? That had his DNA that led them to Pennsylvania after the fact. Show me that what police officer went to him or wherever and cut his skin cell off and show me. You gotta show. Just it works both ways. So the same people that question it that way, well then point me to the officer that cut the skin cell off there and planted it on this knife sheath and all this other shit. You know what I mean? Show me that.
You don't think investigators check their phone to see what time they did the Snapchat or the message? You don't think they know what message went out? You don't think they investigated all that? If it was suspicious, come on, these people been doing this. Like, we internet sleuths, we know what we doing too, but come on. I think they probably know a little bit more than us. I don't know. They know more than we do. So I'm just waiting for the evidence before I just say one way or the other.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just waiting. We know law enforcement. We know that Bethany and DM didn't call 911 first. We know that. But what we don't know is the circumstances surrounding why and what time and all that. We don't know all that. So let's just wait and see before we start accusing people of things. You want us to wait and see before we accuse BK? So let's wait and see before we accuse these roommates and Kapaka and Enan. And let's just wait and see. You don't think they investigated Kapaka?
Oh yeah.
You don't think they saw what's going around in the internet? You don't think they investigated him? Like, how are they gonna explain? Like, the defense has the same evidence that the prosecution has. It's gonna take them a while to go through it, but they have it. So you don't think they're gonna find out if it's other people's DNA there? You don't think they're gonna find that out?
That's a fact. That's
you don't
logic.
think the prosecution would find that out? And like, why would they try to cover that up and botch a whole case that they know that everybody's gonna look at, ruin all this money? Like, why would they do that? Like, why? If that was my career, I'm just thinking about my career. Why would I let my career be at risk just to prove that I'm right? I wouldn't do something. I wouldn't mess up something big like this just to prove that I'm right. I'm sorry. I just can't see it. I just to prove a point. Nah. I would want the right person. Did you see how emotional they were at those press conferences? You don't think they want the right person to get caught? Like, you don't think they teary-eyed and they just like, we just gonna catch anybody? Like, why would they? What's the motive? Okay, they covering up something. Who are they covering up for? So the FBI, like, they covering it up too? Everybody's just in on the cover up. Like,
hey,
I don't know. I don't know.
It's out.
I'm open to the theories. Like, I'm waiting to be convinced. Like, it's not hard to convince me. Like, but when I use my logic, it ain't logical. My logic ain't logical with these theories.
There's a lot of there's a lot of them. Oh damn. Well, that ended. How the hell that happened? I was just getting dope with that phone call. I lost her. Shout out to her. She was spitting that knowledge. I don't know how I lost her. What happened to her? It's my Scott Jeremy, though. I want to report on a few things before the murders here. You know, I'm telling you, I could create a whole different identity and go out here and flood these channels with a bunch of content. You know, it's not hard to do that. You got to show me more than just first and last name. I could find anybody by the first and last name that lives in the WSU area. Say my name is this. Create a phone number and say you can vet me like this. My daughter goes to that school. Her name is Patricia Lenstantini, and I am her father, David. You know what I mean? It's not hard to do that. You can insert yourself in a case all day long. Well, the sheriff in my town and I, SBI agent, are under investigation for receiving goods from drug dealers, and they convinced their co-workers to cover them. What? They convinced their co-workers to cover with them, yet they're all still employed. John the hard hitter. You might want to, you could change that. I'm about to bring up. I see you backstage. Damn, I lost old girl. She was a good phone call. If you want to come up on, panel, go ahead. We got the hard hitter in the building. What's going on, brother?
Hey, man.
What's the word?
I can't see right now. It's so damn late. I got my glasses on.
You don't need to see. You just need to be able to you need to be able to talk.
Did you change the
word?
Hard hitter thing? I need to change my.
It's still there. You could change it.
All right, tell me how to do that real quick.
It's blocked though. It's blocked, so nobody can see it or not. But.
All right. Yeah, man, I got up to go to the bathroom and saw you guys were up. What's going on?
Thank you, protected.
I came in and I heard the guy talking about, the defense or the prosecution is asking for the alibi. That's like this last caller was saying, and I posted. There's nothing earth-shattering about asking for the alibi. It's pretty common. The defense has to prepare a case and discovery, and so does prosecution. So if it's incumbent upon the defense to provide an alibi, it's just like if he didn't lawyer up, and the first thing they're going to ask him, Kohberger, is, where were you such date, such time between these hours? So I don't know why anyone's thinking that's some earth-shattering. Oh my God, if they've got all this evidence, then why would they ask that? Well, of course you're going to ask that, because if you're saying you're innocent, then you need to give me a viable alibi that I can follow up on and prove or disprove. So you can put that to bed, because that's no big deal.
What are people talking about this audio? What audio are they talking about, man?
I don't know. I also want to try and put something else. I mean, we can't really put it to bed because it's out there, but I don't care that 911 wasn't called. Why do we even care? I don't care. Is that going to change what happened? There's a reason why 911 wasn't called. If in fact that's even true, I haven't seen anything out there yet. Haven't heard any 911 calls. Nothing is out. Everybody is speculating and saying all these things didn't happen. How do you know they didn't happen? So if Bethany or Dylan, here, think about the young generation today. They wake up in the morning, usually to maybe a text from a friend. So who's to say that Bethany or Dylan or whichever one, because we know that Hunter made a call. They wake up and they're talking to Hunter already. We've established that they're good friends. Who's to say that they didn't wake up talking to Hunter before they even step foot out of their bedroom, and they're on the phone with one. He's on the phone with one of them, and they walk into the crime scene, and he's talking to them. Then he hangs up, and she's screaming out of her mind, and he wakes up, and he's immediately hangs up and calls 911 and runs over there, which is what he does. That's what I believe happened. Why is that so hard for people to believe? I don't understand. We're dancing around bullshit. It's freaking ridiculous. All these conspiracy theories that are created by everybody because they want to sit and think, oh my God, this guy might not have done it, and this is why. It's just freaking monotonous to me. I mean, it's just, I get it. We have, you entertain these calls and these chats, but the reality is, just sit back and think about it for a minute and think about how people operate today. My daughter doesn't even, or my son. I've got an 18-year-old daughter and a 14-year-old son. Before they even come out of their room, they're chatting with somebody. So I believe that's what happened. I believe that's why there was no 911 call made from the house. I believe it was made by Dylan. Dylan, because he was on the phone with somebody in the house. We don't know who.
John, calm down, man. You don't think critically, man.
It's like these conspiracy theories are just, they're borderline irresponsible to even start spewing some of this stuff, because it just people just don't think sometimes.
Detective John, is that why it said that the 911 was made? What? Lee's on your ass like usual. Lee's story. Yes, Jill. Detective John does not think critically.
I don't think critically. Well, I am tired. It's like 4 in the morning here.
911 is not a conspiracy. Detective John, what? Detective John, is that why it was said that the 911 call was made from one of the surviving roommates, but not the roommate?
We don't know. We don't know any of that information. I'm just putting it out there that everyone is hitting on the fact that a 911 call was not made and all this garbage, when I don't care. Who cares? Is that going to change the outcome of what happened? I mean, there's when it comes out, when this stuff is, comes out during whenever if they cut the gag order or whatever, when it comes out, we're all going to sit back and go, oh, that makes total sense. But to dance around this whole 911 call and that the people, and let me ask you this. If all this info was out before the cops were called, blah, 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 I don't get, hours before allegedly, then why are we not hearing about this from more people? People have diarrhea of the mouth. They can't keep their mouths shut. You got what, 2 people saying this crap? I don't believe that. I don't believe that it was 2 hours or 3 hours that 911 wasn't called like people are saying. I don't believe that. That's just me. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But even
allegedly there's some new audio out. Show me the source and I might believe you. Show me the source and let me talk to the source. Is it somebody who lives next door? Did you get the direct audio from the next door neighbor? Where'd it come from? Show me and I'll believe you.
Yeah. Yes.
You got to show me. You got to show me that source, and I need to verify it like that with the person who lives there. I need to see them on camera holding the tape, saying, "Yeah, I sent it to them. I live right here. I'm on this street." They need to show me. I don't believe it. I wouldn't believe it. I don't care what nobody says. Show me the source, and show me them standing outside the house with this saying, "Yeah, see this right here, or this file right here on my computer. I sent it, and they uploaded it. I put it up on here. I need to see some proof. Show me. Show me. You gotta see
it. T-REV,
it's the same audio from before?
Get the fuck out of here!
Are you serious?
It's like you said, though, too. Anybody can create an event or a scenario by just saying that they were there, and that's considered a source for some of these people. I mean, people just want to hear themselves talk.
I'm actually pretty sick. I just read in the chat that it's the same audio that was faked before and debunked a long time ago. Why is this even being brought up right now? Like if it, because there was already an audio out there, Detective John. I've heard it myself, and we talked about this shit before. I'm pretty sure before it went into 2023, that shit was debunked.
Yeah.
And now it's resurfacing. What's going on?
Hey, I'm gonna say up front, if I drop you, I don't know I gotta shorten my cord here for the charger, so it's out, but I got it kind of bent, so it works.
What narrative? Like you keep talking shit in chat. You keep saying follow the narrative. What's the narrative? The narrative is that the guy's sheep was at the scene with his DNA, and they tracked him all the way down to Pennsylvania, where his dad was a 99.999.8% chance that it was the dude's DNA. So why is your DNA at the scene on an alleged knife sheath, and you allegedly used the knife? Period. You ping back around there at 9:12 a.m. I mean, debunk all that. I don't think you got the audio or the data to debunk it. To be honest with you,
can you pull something up?
I don't care what and I see a lot of these motherfuckers that are in chat talking shit on other channels.
Get the fuck out of here!
I don't give a fuck about these. A lot of these people are good. Like a lot of people try to come in here and think they sweet talk and all this crazy shit and try to have a conversation with me when I see your ass talking shit on another channel. Get the fuck up out of this motherfucker. I can't stand
let me put something else to bed too. hopefully with
Get these goofies out of here, Miles. I can't stand goofies that are two-faced ass shit talking on other channels. Think I don't see it, then come in here and try to critique and talk shit. Carry your ass somewhere else. Bye, Felicia.
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Let's talk about, people keep bringing up the PA grand jury. Here's the deal with that, and this is my speculation. I think the community, people like your show and other shows, have put that out there and made him a suspect. So what the grand jury's doing is they're subpoenaing his parents, and they're trying to disprove that he's not involved via an alibi. And there's reports out there that he's got a very good alibi for those crimes. So I don't know if that's true, but a grand jury, it's not a big deal. A grand jury would do that. They would convene and go ahead and subpoena the parents and establish that, yeah, he was so and so and so and so. Let's say he was in Idaho or whatever during that homicide. I don't know what the alibi is, but just because there's a grand jury and they're Bryan Kohberger's parents, that would also be done to put to bed that he's the suspect, which I think we'll find out in the end. And can you pull something up, T-REV?
I can pull anything up. You already know that. What's up?
Google criteria for death penalty, for death penalty for Idaho. So every state's going to have this, and this is going to kind of lay things out for people. I haven't looked this up, but I know it's out there. Just look at what the criteria would be for a death penalty in Idaho.
Right there.
All right, and pull that up, and let's see what it says.
I can click into person directly committed. All right, let's jump into the actual facts on here.
All right, so Idaho Code, 19-2515A. So it's going to break down basically what we need to know, which is going to, and without me even reading it, you're going to have to prove first degree, okay? Homicide. Can't be second degree, it's got to be first degree. So what does that mean? That means that basically Kohberger premeditated this whole thing, and he went there in fact to commit these homicides, or a single homicide. Let me put that out there. I don't believe he went there to kill all these people. I believe he went there to, I don't even know if I believe he went there to kill anyone. He may have been going there just to rape and use a knife to rape, and it got out of hand. We don't know that. That's all going to come out, in the wash. But here's what the state has to prove to get the death penalty, so we understand that this is the process. So they're going to have to prove that this act was premeditated. Okay, so let's say, for instance, his defense is, I went there, but I went there because I wanted to talk to Kaylee, and I'm just infatuated with her, and I love her, and she's moving, she's leaving, she's going to Texas, and I just lost my mind, and I just wanted to talk to her. I didn't intend to kill her. Let's say he says this. So I didn't intend to kill all the other people. So that would make it second degree. So if the defense is going to run down this line, and they can prove that this wasn't a premeditated act, then he has a chance of not getting of beating the death penalty. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen, so don't blow up on me. I'm not saying that's going to happen. But the defense has hired an attorney that handles nothing but and specializes in nothing but death penalty cases and getting people off. I can't recall that person's name, but I read it. So that is what they're going after. They wouldn't have hired that person. If in my opinion, if the evidence wasn't compelling, then they wouldn't need to fight the death penalty phase. And I think that that's where we're going to be. I think that they know that this evidence is overwhelming, and they're going to try to give him a proper defense. But in the end, in the grand scheme of things, they're fighting for his life because it's him against the government. And that's what defense attorneys do. They fight the government. That's what they're supposed to do. That's why we have, our constitutional rights. That's what we have. We have to have, a defense. So, people could get frustrated at defense attorneys all they want. It's like one of these other chats I was, you weren't on, so I was just kind of listening to this attorney. And, one thing the attorney said was, and it kind of irked me, cops don't know the law. Yeah, I know the freaking law. I got to put, I had to put people in jail. So I have to know the law. I have to prepare affidavits. I have to know what the elements are. So Mr. Condescending attorney, I'm going to tell you right now, I know the law. Now, I may not know the law as well as, somebody else, but I know the law pretty damn well. I'm pretty comfortable with the law. There's a difference, between, homicide and murder. I know all that stuff. So for an attorney to get on another show and spew out like he's some, brilliant scholar that he knows the law and cops don't know the law. Well, I beg to differ. I thought that was pretty cocky for him to say that. Yeah, maybe some patrol guy that's doesn't specialize in homicide doesn't know the law as well, but he had to take some serious crash courses in the academy and learn a lot of these laws front and back, run scenarios. So, but anyway, back to this. So here's what, and no one's talked about this that I know of, because we're covering it here on a T-REV show. So you've got to prove first degree murder. It's got to be premeditated, number one. So this is where they're gonna go. I'm predicting it. They're gonna go after the death penalty phase, and they're gonna try and say that even if they concede to the overwhelming evidence, which we haven't seen but I believe exists, they're gonna fight the death penalty phase, and the only way that they're gonna beat the death penalty phase is to prove that it wasn't first degree. If I'm an attorney, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to try and save this guy's life. Hopefully no jury's going to buy that. I believe he's, if Kohberger's our guy, I believe he's been thinking about this for a long time. And again, I'm going to go back to social media. I think that he seized an opportunity based on what Maddie posted. And, you close your eyes and picture, if anybody's ever been in a relationship, I'm just being real. If anyone's ever been in a relationship that went bad, that, and a lot of people can relate to this, that you loved somebody that didn't love you anymore, and you just couldn't deal with it anymore, and you're pacing around. You're going to go stalk. You're going to go sit in a car. You're going to follow that person. You're going to want to know why the hell does this person not love me? I love this person so much. Why do they not love me? So I want to know, are they seeing somebody? Or, so it's very common. You load up in your car, you start following that person, you park down the street, you walk up, you hang out around the front of the building behind a tree or a house, and you watch because you think, maybe this person's seeing somebody, because you're in the I've got to know scenario. So I don't know what was going through this guy's mind. I don't know if he knew the girls, if he'd ever met the girls. I suspect that he has. I suspect that he's been in the vegan restaurant, and I'm sure that all these tenants of that house hung out there because you've got people that work there that live in the house. So I just want to say that it's none of this stuff that some of these callers are bringing up, and I love hearing it, but you just got to use your head and kind of sit and think reality. Put yourself in a situation that you didn't like being in, because we've all had relationships like that. If you haven't, then I'm sorry, you lived a perfect life. So just putting it in perspective. But back to this, that's where they're going to go. That's where I'm predicting they're going to go. That's just, that's the facts, Jack. It's going to happen. So, people can speculate all they want on whether they believed it was premeditated or not. I believe it to a certain extent it was. I don't believe so. He could very well get convicted with one charge of first degree murder, and the other three would be, they're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. You didn't go there to murder them, but you only gotta prove one. So if they can prove that he went there to kill one of those four, whether it be Ethan, Xana, Maddie, or Kaylee, then you've got enough for a death penalty case.
Detective John, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Do you think it's
Regina,
plausible?
by the way. Sorry, I just saw you.
How you doing, Detective Juan?
Yeah, good. How are you? You do an awesome job,
amazing.
Regina. You pull up stuff all the time. I love watching it. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. Some people don't appreciate it when I blow stuff up, but what can I say? I got big guns. Anyways, I have a question for you. Do you think part of the whole conspiracy BS going around, like with WSU Kim and all that, do you think this whole college fraternity conspiracy thing is stemming from the fact that whenever police first started investigating this crime scene, that it was so gruesome and it was so bloody that they assumed that it was a crime of passion and told the public that they thought that the streets were safe? Do you think that's where a lot of it is stemming from?
Could very well be. I mean, you've got a good point. I think we've talked about that too in the past. You might have brought it up before too, and we kind of talked about this a couple months ago. But yeah, I mean, it blows me away that people are coming up with all these police conspiracy theories, and T-REV and I have talked about it, even personally on the phone, and I'm like, man, these people are, why would any of these entities conspire together to set one guy up to clear a case? Give me a break.
Right.
It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thought.
This is not just some podunk small town cops blaming one person and not inviting in other law enforcement agencies in on this case. They called FBI first day.
Right, absolutely, because they knew that it was beyond their scope. It was way bigger than
if they were going to pin somebody, let's just go ahead and break it down here. Who the girls called multiple times?
Jack.
That's my case. If you're going to pin it on somebody, you're going to find an easy target. There's your calls right there. The dude, you know what I mean? Like, come on. Yeah,
right. And
I'm not going to go out there to find this guy.
I think it's 100%. I think it's 100%. You know what's funny? What's funny about all this, T-REV, is when I called them out on all these other sleuths, all these other people that have these shows, how irresponsible, and you did. We talked about it, and we both, kind of blasted them. How absolutely irresponsible it is of them to entertain this bullshit for clicks, it just freaking incensed me.
I addressed that earlier, Detective John, and to be honest with you, when it comes to, I mean, it's like owning a business for some people, and it really is. And that's what YouTube is, man, and that's what it is.
Get it.
And we got to accept that.
I get it, but it still doesn't change the fact that it incensed me.
No, I get it. I understand, because it's integrity in the case, etc. And not only that, when it comes to this, you're talking about people's loved ones who are gone and off the earth. So it hits different, but in reality, YouTube is a business, and people will run with whatever information is thrown at their foot, like this ring cam shit people were just talking about in chat that's been debunked back in 2022 going into 2023. People are saying, oh my God, you got to go listen and hear this. Oh my God, I'm telling you. And it's been debunked a long time ago. It wasn't even real.
And you know what? I've always used, and you've heard me use it many times, the word ignorance. That doesn't mean you're stupid. That doesn't mean anyone's stupid. So if anyone is offended when I use the term ignorant, please look the word up, because it doesn't.
Ignorant means you're not privy to the topic at hand.
Right. So that's basically saying, hey, you don't really, in a tactful way, it's kind of saying you kind of don't know what you're talking about. You know, you're spewing bullshit. But here's the bottom line. It's like I was in a major case one time, and it was a trial, and I had a cocky defense attorney ask me, so why didn't you tell the defendant that he didn't have to talk to you post Miranda? So I looked at him, and I looked at the jurors, and I said, look, I mean, I don't mean to be, to sound, insensitive, but his ignorance isn't my responsibility. If he doesn't know that, then, and if anybody doesn't know what your Miranda rights are today, you're an idiot. I'm sorry. I mean, if you've been in America for the past, several decades, you know what Miranda is. So here's the
Detective John, I'm studying law, and you would be amazed at the people that actually don't know what their rights are.
No. I'm not saying that, but Miranda in general, just Miranda. You have the right to remain silent. It starts there. Most people understand that. There's not many people that don't understand that they don't have to talk to police. There's not many people that don't know that. So
that's right.
That's what I'm saying. And with a lot of these other, internet people that have these shows, they're, for lack of a better term, they're preying on people's ignorance. So they're making money off of people's ignorance, and they're allowing people to say these things, and they're running with it. And I get it. Like T-REV said, it's a business. But
going back to the whole
stop?
Going back to the whole ignorance thing. I mean, now don't get me wrong. There are absolutely cases out here where law enforcement have gone out, and I'm not talking about all law enforcement. There's some bad apples, just like there are genuine cops that deserve medals and honors that they've earned. However, there are law enforcement agencies out here, especially small towns and stuff, that will find the first person they can that fits their narrative and pin something on them. But they're not doing it to people that are educated in criminology. They're doing it to people that don't know anything about the law, that don't know anything about their rights, that don't know anything about that whenever someone is framed, and you can go back through cases, especially ones that have been turned over due to new DNA evidence and things like that, justiceleague.org. These are not people that have been framed or set up that are privy to anything really going on with the case. It's always someone that has no education or a lower class education. And by lower class, I mean, I don't mean any race or anything like that. I mean people that simply are not educated.
Right.
Look at California. I mean, 80% of the students that come out of California schools have a second grade reading level. Those are the kind of people you want to target.
Right. Right. But
You don't
You
go
know,
find somebody with a
I get
criminology
it.
major.
I get it. I mean, I worked in law enforcement for a long time, and you know, yeah, I'm in a different demographic than you, than T-REV, than a lot of other people, but you know, I've been around. I worked with other agencies on mutual aid, you know, doing dope stuff, and you know, they would borrow me because you know I'm not recognized in their town, you know. So I've seen multiple. You know, I've worked with the DEA. I've worked with the FBI. You know, you're talking about in the grand scheme of things when that stuff happens, very, 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 very minute, small percentage of cases are what you're referring to, which is you know some you know small town pinning it on somebody. I don't see that happening. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not saying it doesn't. That didn't happen in this case. I can promise you that. You know, you just can't. There's just you're not gonna be able to explain away that sheath with DNA on it. I don't care what you try to plan out there. Oh well, he came to a party and he dropped the sheath. Yeah, he dropped the sheath on the bed next to you know mutilated bodies. You know, with blood all over it. I'm sure there's blood all over it. I'm speculating, but you know, you're not going to be able to explain that away. And to listen to some of this stuff just kind of blows me away. Bryan Kohberger, allegedly, is our guy. I believe he's the only guy. I believe he did all 4 of these homicides, and he probably did it with relative ease. You know, because again, you know, people are forgetting the main thing here. It was nearly 4 o'clock in the morning. These people were ambushed. They weren't prepared for this. It's like one lady.
Absolutely.
It was like one lady was saying, "There's no way. There's no way," and she was saying she was in a wheelchair. And I posed back to her. I said, "Look, if I'm coming at you in a wheelchair with a 9-inch K-bar knife, do you realize how long 9 inches is? You know, it's about as long as from your elbow to probably the end of your fingers for most people. A lot of people.
3 inches longer than a dollar.
Yeah. So I mean, it is a huge knife, and you only have to apply very little contact with that knife on someone's you know body, and you're going to pretty much incapacitate them. So
Well, not only that, but K-bar knives were designed to kill people.
Right,
On the
yeah,
battlefield.
we've talked about that. That's what they're designed. They're not, you know, they're not designed to intimidate anyone. They're military knives. They're designed to penetrate the flesh in between rib cages, twist and pull out, reinsert, twist and pull out again to inflict massive body damage. That's what they are for. And you do that one time, just once. And I don't care who you are, you're not going to fight much. So, you know, again, people are missing the big picture of the time, the fact that, you know, all 4 of these people reportedly were probably, you know, inebriated. They'd been out. You know, I can't say for sure, but I mean, we do have video footage of Maddie and Kaylee at the food truck where, you know, Maddie is definitely highly inebriated. Not saying
Right.
she's a bad person. I'm just saying she was
She
partying.
was the college kid living her best life.
Yeah. And, you know, Kaylee, you know, wasn't near as bad, but she was still inebriated as well. They were both staggering around pretty good. You know, so these girls get back to the house and you know, they're drunk.
They were vulnerable.
And then they get ambushed by a guy with a 9-inch K-bar knife. Totally unexpected. We don't know whether he was in the house laying wait. We don't know if he came in when you know Kaylee took the dog out maybe through the slider and he saw that as an opportunity because he knew that's kind of the routine. That's what they did. So I'm all kinds of things are running through my mind, and yeah, I'm speculating, but I'm also put my mind in the mind of a criminal. So or of a creeper, like he's been referred to.
Bing bang.
Somebody that's creeping on someone's social media, that's infatuated with somebody that they have said He's been there 12 different times at least. So who's to say that he's not sitting laying wait in that lot behind at that house behind the building that I pointed out earlier, in the investigation. I believe that's where he came down from, was down that slope from that parking lot. And that's, he could very easily been sitting in those woods waiting on her to get home. First thing you're going to do is you're going to take the dog out. Okay. You open that slider, let the dog out. You say, get busy, do your business, or whatever you say to your dog. And then he could come down very easily and slide down the side of that building and put the knife up to Kaylee's neck and say, we're going in. And maybe he wanted to go to the bedroom and he encountered, Maddie. I don't know what happened. I'm just speculating. I'm just showing how easy it would be. And no one's really covered those points. They want to run down these rabbit holes that are just ridiculous. And again, who cares when the 911 call was made? Would that have changed anything? Well, yeah, perhaps maybe the cops would have secured a perimeter, and they would have been, in a perfect world, stopping cars, everywhere, and, looking for a suspect. So, but that probably would have never happened anyway. So who cares when the 911 call was made? Does that have any bearing on this tragedy? No. Does that have any bearing on the fact that we have a suspect? No. Does that mean that there was some conspiracy with the frat? Give me a break. You think these kids are going to cover up a quadruple homicide over frat protocol? Shut the hell up. Oh my God, T-REV. I mean, that's what I would say. Just ridiculous.
My husband is an upstanding alumni of ATO fraternity, one of the largest fraternity organizations in America. From everything he has told me about the fraternity hood, and whenever things do go awry with fraternity houses and stuff, fraternity houses are usually the first ones to try to clear the situation up because they don't want it reflecting bad on the organization.
Exactly. And here's where that's been taken way out of context. So a frat, what, they don't even like to be referred to as frats. I don't know if you know that or not, but they, people that are in a fraternity they hate the word frat.
It's a brotherhood or a sisterhood.
Right. But they hate that word. They hate being referred to as frat. But anyway, so what that really is all about, when you go to college and you become part of a frat, and you're part of an organization, what they don't want to see happen is they don't want to see some petty crap like a fight or an argument where there's disorderly intoxication, you're on partying. They don't want to see their fellow students and their frat members be jammed up on some stupid little charge that could affect their life. So yeah, do we call the cops when there's an argument and somebody punches somebody, or do we try to kind of quash it? And that's totally normal, and I get it, and I don't see anything wrong with that, because people's lives can be ruined over making poor decisions when they're drunk. They're not felonious acts. Then yeah, the frat will try to quash them. That's what they're referring to, not this damn freaking crazy rabbit hole people run down. Whoa, frats.
I agree with that too. If someone wasn't dead yet, matters on a timely 911. I agree with that.
I don't think that anyone in that house that was murdered lived past Kohberger exit in the back door. I just don't.
No, they bled out pretty quick. And no, I didn't say that. Paris Duggar.
I tell you what, it'd be heartbreaking to find that out later on. That the wounds, would possibly could have survived if it was called in this time. I mean, if I hear something like that, that should have just sank my gut.
That's just common sense. I get that, but I honestly, I can only imagine what that crime scene looked like. I can only imagine. I mean, it was horrific. You know, because when you've ever, you know, they can watch stuff themselves if they want to. There's all kinds of CSI stuff, but blood spatter analysis. You know, the way that you know a weapon is wielded, even a club. You know, you can determine the direction of the blow. You can even determine whether the person was right-handed or left-handed. There's all kinds of things you can determine, unless they're ambidextrous, of course. But you know that's why a lot of times you ask, you know, what's your dominant hand. So it's all part of, you know, the PC of the case when you can determine, okay, this guy was left-handed. Bryan Kohberger is left-handed. I'm not saying he is. He's probably right-handed. But if he was left-handed, that's kind of unique because there's not many people left-handed in the world. So that would be unique. You know, so you can do all kinds of stuff. And, you know, plunging that knife in and out of, you know, a body and doing it with high velocity, which, you know, let's just face it, he didn't just walk up and just kind of subtly plunge a knife into somebody. He might have done that initially. You know, maybe, you know, again, I'm speculating, but I'm just trying to put this in perspective. If he came in, he put his hand over one of the girls' mouths or any other mouths, and he's like, shh, be quiet. Or he says, I'm going to help you, when the person's screaming, like was been reported, and then he would kind of subtly jam the knife in and turn it and shut them down. I mean, that's all plausible stuff. But that crime scene is going to be absolutely horrific, because every time he pulled that knife out in a high velocity thrusting manner, blood, which is very viscous, like I've talked about before, that's why you see it running down past the seal plate down the side of the foundation. It's like oil, and it will run better than water will. It'll coagulate after a while and slow down, which is why you see those runs stop periodically. I believe that's blood, by the way. But anyway, I hate seeing rabbit holes. And, you know, I'm biased. You know, yeah, I was a cop for a long time. I was a detective. So
we expect that out of you too. I mean,
right.
You know, I mean, it's not like I can hate you for it. I mean, that was your nature for a long time. You woke up,
right, but yeah,
ate breakfast, and went to bed a cop. So it's like,
right, you know, so it's hard for me to not try to debunk some of this stuff, you know, because everybody's a conspiracy theory person. It's just crazy nowadays. They think all cops are bad cops, you know, based on media coverage. You know, the crap that you see it's just like anything else. You know, the media is only going to cover, okay, you chase some guy down that's committed a felony. You know, my job at night was to go home. You know, if I'm chasing somebody down a dark alley, you know, it's not like people believe where, okay, if I yell, stop, police, oh, yeah, this person is just going to stop. He's going to put his hands up and he's going to say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and put my hands behind my back and you're going to throw the cuffs on me and there's not going to be a problem. It's just me and you in a dark alley. That shit doesn't happen,
they screaming fast as fast can be. You'll never catch me.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, this is what people believe, though. But
ain't nobody bully that liar, Kim. Stop it. Stop the cap with that in chat, though. Nobody bullied Kim. Kim inserted herself into a story and made up lies about the victims. Let's just get that straight.
Horrible lies that affect the family and everyone else involved.
What did somebody say, T-REV? Read it, because I'm not seeing it.
I have no problem here, but I'm grown and I'm going to tell you my only problem was that bullying the Kim. I've had nothing but respect before that.
Bullying of Kim, I never bullied Kim. I was very nice to Kim. Now you had somebody else in panel that night that was not nice to her, but that was not me. I never.
Oh, I was not mean to Kim.
Not you.
I was not mean to Kim.
It wasn't you. It wasn't you. It was a guy, you know, but you know, I like the guy. But he was like some people wanted to hear. He tried to shut her
He
down.
was
You
just
know,
dead ass blunt.
he
Is
was
what he
very
was.
blunt.
That's what
I
I
was
started to say. He
never.
wasn't rude to Kim. He was brutally honest.
Isaac was just brutally
Right.
blunt. You know, I
But
mean,
people believe that was me because we're kind of talking over each other, and you know. But I was never anything but totally. I was trying to be, you know, very laid back with her, and you know, I asked her questions where I wanted her to, you know, not construct answers, and I can tell when somebody's constructing an answer, and she constructed a lot of answers. You know, you ask me a question and I know the answer, I'm going to answer it pretty quick. I'm not going to dance around with innuendo and bullshit. You know, so I
Well,
kind of.
here, let me just say this, and you can call me mean if you want to. I think Kim going around putting out those horrible emails she put out about the victims, I think that the family members of the victims should take her out in the woods and whip her with an ugly stick till that chick can't sit no more. She deserves it after what she did. How's that for mean?
The description of the email, and Detective John has read that email to its entirety, so he could tell you how disrespectful that email was. And to be honest with you, I sent it over the way of one of the victim's family members. So
Well,
I found out it was bullshit too.
Where's Kim now? We haven't heard a peep from her because she very well may have been set sister and
You're
told
breaking
her
up.
to shut
You're
her
breaking up.
freaking mouth.
There you go.
She very well, you know, Kim has disappeared now. She very well been served a cease and desist order. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good.
And she shut down because we live in a very litigious world. And you know, I read that email, and here's the problem that people don't understand. And you know what, T-REV? I think you should redact some stuff. I think it would.
I know you've been on my ass about that.
I'm telling you, I think you should redact some things, names and stuff like that, and post her email. I think you should post it, but let everybody know that it's been 100% debunked. But this is how ridiculous people are, and this is how desperate people are to be heard and create a scenario where they're going to get out in the public and be heard. It was that ridiculous. So
yeah.
Post it. I challenge, post it. You can't get in trouble for posting it because you're basically saying, look, we debunked this. We didn't entertain this bullshit on this show. We gave her an opportunity to speak. She spoke. She was not bullied. And in the end, if you listen to my conversation with her, you know, it was just her and I had her laughing, and I said, I've had to listen to it like 5 or 6 times because I laughed so hard. My kids listen to it, and I said, you know what? You know, you can shut your eyes tonight and you can sleep. And she goes, why? And I said, because there is nobody else. So close your eyes and go to sleep and stop worrying about it. And she says, what did she say to you? You know, I think I'm going to try that. You know, that told me right there that, you know, very, very, listen, they've proven that she has students that go to WSU, so she's got some connections here. But just imagine being a parent and having a quadruple homicide happen, you know, within 8 miles of your kid's school at another school, and the alleged perpetrator worked at the school your kids are going to. She's probably sitting at home just worried sick. She's got 3 students there, and you know, she may be, you know, and I'm not saying she is. She may have some mental issues, and she's just crazy worried. And she came up with this stuff on her own. And she wanted, and remember, I got her to say, you know, basically, you're just a worried parent. I get it, you know. So, I mean, no one bullied her.
But she was more than just a worried parent. She was more than just a worried parent. She was someone that actually invented and created false narratives and actually sent emails to multiple YouTube people trying to get the message out there about these kids and how horribly they died, which was all cat.
Well, her heart got Kaylee's heart got cut out. Xana's hand was cut off and taken by Bryan Kohberger or the killers. This is just everything that she said in the email. Xana was also pregnant at the time, but yeah, like I said, her hand was cut off and taken. The killer took Kaylee's heart as a trophy. I mean, I could keep going with the stuff that that was said in that email.
Right. And Regina, you're absolutely right. But here's where I'm coming from, just kind of, being the compassionate, my compassionate side. She could, if she's got some psychological issues, which she very well may, and I'm speculating, but she could have sat and constructed all this in her mind and truly believed it, Regina. I think she truly believed this stuff. I mean, that's one thing I will give her. She was very, very convincing. But, when someone tells themselves the same lie over and over again, it becomes the truth. And I think that she really believed the stuff that she put out there in the email because she was really concerned that, they didn't have the right guy. They mustn't, because she couldn't believe that he did it on his own. And
I can't agree with you. I can't agree with you on that, Detective John, because she made it such a point to go to so many different YouTubers to enforce her narrative, and then she disappears whenever she gets found out to be all cap. She was trying to get attention.
Allegedly, she was on the obsession with Watts. I kept seeing in the
I get it.
last night.
The Drunk Turkey show. All of them.
All I'm saying is she has, in my opinion, got psychological issues. No normal person is going to do something like this. So
yes, and there's a point whenever it is our responsibility as members of the public to shut that shit down and get her the help she needs and quit entertaining that shit.
And exactly, that's why when T-REV and I talked personally, I'm like, dude, just let me talk to her. And,
I muted up.
and I will freaking figure this out. And everybody will.
In my humble opinion,
when I'm done.
In my humble opinion, if you're having fantasies about people getting their hearts cut out and crap, making up all this cap, you either need to be writing science fiction novels or you need to be in the loony bin with a straitjacket and a shot of Thorazine.
Right. Well, I mean, I could hear her kids come into the room at one point and one of them say something. So
begging her to stop.
I don't know. I don't know how, I don't know what her dynamic is at home. I have no idea, but people are letting her run with this shit. So, whatever. She was debunked, bottom line.
And that's why I commend, T-REV.
Yeah.
I commend T-REV because he did give her a voice and he did hear her out. But at the same time, he knew better and he didn't buy into that trap. So many of them bought into that trap. Y'all, WSU Kim was a trap. Whenever it comes right down to it, it was a trap because it discredited so many YouTubers that put her up there.
Well, exactly. And, it's funny, no one knows the conversations that T-REV have had and I have, outside of this show. And, I think collectively, I mean, it's T-REV's show. I just kind of suggested, and he agreed, we need to go in a different direction from the rest of these people because bottom line, people with integrity will want to gravitate toward a show that's responsible. Now, we can all entertain, scenarios that people want to put out there. That's fine. We speculated in the very beginning like no one else. And it was fine to do that. But once we had a viable suspect based on, what just a little that we've been told, I mean, it was time to end that kind of stuff, because it's, they've got, I believe 150,000%, they've got the right guy, so that's, there's a lot of stuff that's going to come out that, will shut a lot of the speculation down. And like I said, I think that in the end, we're going to hear the story of why 911 wasn't called by one of the survivors. you're going to all go, wow, okay, that makes total sense, because it's going to be some stupid, believable thing. It's but T-REV, this show took a different direction, and I'll go and I'll look at them just because I want to know what they're saying. It's just like I'll watch certain news networks that I hate because I just want to hear what they're saying. But it's crazy, and they're doing it for the and to be a family member and have to hear this kind of stuff, it would incense me. I'm not even related to him.
Detective John, this is how I looked at it. At some point, you got to stop entertaining and creating new suspects when there is no new suspects that are being looked for. When has there been a public announcement or some type of presser that said, yes, there's another person out there. We need you guys. We need the public to help us find this other suspect. When has that ever been said? And people can say that we're following the media's narrative all day long. I sit here and say, fuck the media. I personally, I watch them, yes. But do I follow their narrative? No. I think that I'll tell you what I do follow. I follow what evidence they allegedly have, which is a knife sheath that led them all the way to Pennsylvania to lock up a guy named Bryan Kohberger, whose skin cell, however you want to put it, touch DNA, whatever. It should lead them to that physical evidence, though, to lock him in. It should be able to show that if he did have an obsession, it should point to that too. If it should point to everything. Our evidence should be there.
And what did I say from the very beginning would be his demise? What piece of evidence?
Garbology.
Well, I said garbology, but I said the vehicle would be his demise. And in Idaho, in Idaho, you have a front plate. It's state law. You have to have a front plate. Well, he's driving around in an Elantra from Pennsylvania where you don't have to have a front plate. That's on video. I mean, there's all kinds of other stuff aside from the knife sheath. Again, I just think, it's just society today. They're so against law enforcement. They're so against.
You got me. You got me all excited talking about the car. I'm so hot right now. Okay, let me tell you something. People want to think about the blood evidence and stuff that might be in the car. But what people don't understand is there's also this thing in your car called a computer, whether you realize it or not. Anything after 2015 even has a black box in it. But here's the deal. Our cars, everybody says, oh, a black box only records 1 point something, so many seconds after an accident or whatever, blase. Okay. The blood evidence and stuff in the car is not the only evidence they're going to have from the car. They're going to have what's called a Braylar report from that car, and it is going to tell them every time that car made a turn, how many miles it went before that turn, how many times the blinker was used. It is going to give every piece of, you can take a Braylar report from a car and map it out on a Google map and show everything and everywhere that person has been, when the car stopped, how long it idled, and everything. I think that is a piece of evidence that has not come into fruition as far as we know with them having, but I get heebie-jeebies thinking about it, because I think that's something else that is going to help to convict him.
Well, that very well may be true. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Barely. That I was a THI investigator too in my career, which is a THI investigator is a traffic homicide investigator. So, what you're referring to is viable, but there's a couple things that I don't know about the Elantra. You would have to look it up. Did you look up that year Elantra to confirm?
Yes,
because
I did.
Well, it would have to have a GPS to do a lot of stuff.
It does. So anything after 2015 has both GPS and Braylar computer technology that is accessible to anyone who can hook up to the car.
So this is going to be, and we talked about this before, but and we don't know that. You've looked it up and it. So if that's true, then you're getting hot and heavy over it's justified, because if anybody watched the Murdaugh case, that Denali or Escalade, whatever it was, that convicted his ass. You can do whatever, you can say whatever you want, but I mean, that put him there. That was the single greatest prosecutional freaking trial I've ever seen.
I mean, let's bring up this aspect right here. Why would BK stand silent and I like that Case brought this up, Casey. She said, why would BK stand silent rather than plead not guilty?
Here's
I know the answer. I've been studying law.
Let's hear from everybody. Let's hear it.
Okay. He pled silent because he did not stand up and say that he was not guilty, because he is, in one way, it's mandatory for the judge to enter a not guilty plea if someone remains silent. However, if the evidence becomes overwhelming in the eyes of the defense, later on they reserve the right to a different plea that may, in the eyes of the court, appeal more for the defendant than it does to the prosecution. He stood silent. He stood silent because he is opening up the doors for like an Alfred plea later, or a guilty plea, or a plea deal.
And she's absolutely right. So, basically, this is a death penalty case. This is going to be a death penalty case. So he's leaving the door open, and he can always say it's just a tactic used. I'm sure he didn't. He probably may have known this, but he's got a great attorney. So by doing that, he has never really officially entered a plea. He forced the judge to do that for him. So she's right. That's just what they're doing. It's just part of the game. So it opens the door for him to be able to change his plea later when that evidence, that overwhelming evidence, is presented to him. Because if he pleads not guilty, then he's pleading not guilty. Okay, so but once that evidence starts coming out, and he reserves the right to enter, try to change his plea, he can't. Now he can't. Now he can, under some loophole, he can get it. He can change his plea. That's not going to matter, I don't think. Because if the evidence is as overwhelming as we all anticipate, then if the state doesn't shoot for a death penalty, and I said it before, I'll say it again, they're a bunch of freaking gutless cowards. Now there's a couple things too you need to look at though in Idaho. If they don't get it, I'm still surprised. I will be surprised if they don't try to get a change of venue, but
they will. I'm sure of that.
In the state of Idaho, though, if you break down the state, and I'm not trying to get political, but where they are, they may not. You know why? Because it's a blue area of the state. Okay. So what does blue mean? Generally Democrats are against the death penalty, or more conservative leaning people are for the death penalty.
That's fact.
So if you look at and T-REV, can you pull that up? Because I want to see that. But
even the prosecutor himself has taken cases that should, in my honest opinion, have been death penalty cases, and allowed for life in prison instead of the death penalty. As a matter of fact,
not going to happen in this case. It's not going to happen in this case. There's no way.
It's too satire of a case. It really is.
Hey, T-REV, can you pull up the map, the political map for Idaho? It should be like any other state. It'll show like blue areas, red areas. And I know that Idaho is a very conservative state for the most part, but usually college towns are not conservative. They're usually more liberal leaning. And I guarantee you're going to look, and it's going to be, if you can pull, are you able to pull that up, T-REV?
Right now.
Demographically speaking, Detective John, you're right. College towns tend to lean towards the Democratic Party than the Republican Party.
So where am I going with this? Where I'm going is, we all suspect, and any prudent person would suspect, that they would file, for a change of venue. I mean, Idaho's not a very heavily populated state, but they would typically do that, but they may not if the demographic is not leaning toward death. So, that's a statewide decision. And they brought it back, I believe, in 1975. I think they brought
What
the
are you
death
trying to see
penalty
this
back.
map right here?
Pop it up there. I'm on a bit of a delay.
Red.
So, but what is Moscow?
What is the county? What is the county demographic of voters?
Isn't Moscow like up toward the top of the state? I don't remember exactly where it is.
So where are you going with this, Detective John?
Well, where I'm going with it is, we've heard conversation about, change of venue, and that's kind of the expectation. But here's why it may not happen, and people may be shocked. Is if that county, I forget the name of the county there in Moscow, if that county is heavily leaning Democrat, then they would be better off, what I'm saying, staying there than moving to another, area of the state that is more right leaning, for his, fight of the death penalty. Does that make sense?
Is it Latah?
Right.
Is
But
it
we
Latah?
also have to take.
Yeah, it's Latah.
Yeah, it's Latah County.
Democrat.
Can you put that on
Right
the
there.
screen?
Latah is right here.
As opposed to the rest of the state. Where's the one? Because I'm on a delay. So
Adams, Washington, Boise, Valley.
all right. Yeah. See, look at Idaho. So Latah is at the upper left corner there. Is that where that is?
Yes,
Where's
and it appears to be a Democratic registered voting county.
Right. So look at the rest of the state. So it looks to be like 95% of the state is Republican or right leaning. So what do you have? 3 counties? Is there one down there in the kind of in the center, but off to the right? Is that blue or light blue? That means that, there's a little both mixed in. And you got a heavily blue one right there in central Idaho. That's I don't know where that is, but that's a big city, obviously. But yeah, I mean that's the point. That's where I'm going with that. T-REV is just kind of getting off base a little bit, but what people can be expecting if people are not, in the end, if they're shocked why they didn't move, to relocate this trial because of publicity in Latah County.
That's a good question, Cam. He says, has the DA ever tried any death penalty cases?
Don't know. You're going to have to look that up.
I haven't seen.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has.
Well, didn't you just say a minute ago? Somebody say a minute ago that he's done it, but he didn't go all the way through with it and let him flee out.
Yes, there was actually a college student there from Moscow, I do believe, that was tried and convicted of murder, and he did not seek the death penalty. I think what it's all going to come down to on whether or not there's a change of venue is what the judge says, because we all have our constitutional rights. Even Bryan Kohberger is still entitled to his constitutional rights. And one of his constitutional rights is a fair trial. Now, if you get into the technicalities of this trial, being tried in the city that the murders were committed in are not favorable for defense 90% of the time. And to honor Bryan Kohberger's constitutional rights, there is more than likely, I'm going to go with 100% chance that if defense requests a change of venue, they're going to be granted the change of venue simply because it would be, it would be on the outscopes of the law in order to not grant him that. Like
Right.
it would be detrimental to the defense, and it would be biased.
Right. So here's where I'm going to go with that. What was in the central part of the state? What city was that? I can't do. I'm like in bed. I don't have my glasses on or anything. What was the central part of the state that was the big blue section? T-REV.
Let's see right here. What? Where? I mean, there's a lot up on here. This little piece.
Look at the red, all the red, but in the middle there was a big blotch of blue. What is that? Right in the middle. No, to the left.
I'm over here. I'm just looking at their blue. They only got their blue.
No, go to the red where it has the splotches of blue. The 3 splotches of blue. Right in the middle there. What is that right in the middle?
I don't know. This is just images online right here. I don't even have a specific.
But on your image right there, yeah. What is that?
Cluster.
What city is that? What's the major city in that cluster of blue?
I have no idea. It just says Custer.
Custer?
And this just says Idaho right here. And then outside of there says Latah. Then
so Regina, if I'm the defense,
Boise,
I'm gonna ask for a change of venue, but I'm gonna ask for a change of venue there.
That part.
Which is the bluest part of the state.
Right, but doesn't the change of venue come down to the discretion of the judge?
It does. But again, like you just pointed out, he's going to get...
They're going to ask for it to be in the venue of their best interest.
Right. Correct. And the judge very well may grant that, because, he's got nothing. He's acting in good faith for... It's like you heard the judge make these comments that I was kind of not at ease with. Like he said, this is not easy, and then he brilliantly said it's basically all about the defendant's rights. I don't remember exactly what he said. Again, it's past 4 a.m. here, so I'm cloudy, but he said something. He alluded to the fact that, hey, we're going to make sure that you're taken care of, Mr. Kohberger, and we're not going to violate your rights. That's basically what he said. He let the whole world know. So
right.
I would, and I challenge you because you're so good at it. You could probably look up and see what type of judge this is. Is he a constitutionalist?
Obviously.
Which means, he's probably a former defense attorney, and or is he more right leaning and has a lot of convictions? Find out for us what type of judge this guy is. What
John Judge?
Yeah, we need to know. I think it would be nice for everyone to know where he would be leaning. Is he going to lean more toward the defense? Is he going to lean more toward the prosecution? Because if I'm the judge in this case, I'm not going to let the defense win everything, and I'm not going to let the prosecution win everything on these suppression hearings. It's going to be a lot of give and take, but I think
he's been in since 2008.
Right.
Prior to his appointment to the bench, he enjoyed private practice in Moscow for 24 years with Landeck, Westberg, Judge, and Graham. He graduated from the University of Idaho College of Law in 1984 and has been active throughout his career in speaking to law students and serving in organizations devoted to the administration of justice, ethics, and the rule of law, including 2 terms as president of Ray McNichols American Inn of Court. He currently serves on the Idaho State Tribal Court Forum and the Idaho Supreme Court Guardianship Conservatorship Committee, the Magistrate Standard Forms and Practices Committee, the Child Support Guidelines Committee, and the 2nd District Magistrate Commission. Judge loves his work, his family, and his life. When he is not working, he is playing outside. He was appointed to serve as a adjunct member of the Judicial Council on July 1st, 2016.
Okay, so he is a judicial judge. He studied he studied judicial law. That tells me that he is absolutely 100% going to steer in the direction of Kohberger's constitutional rights. But he is not just steering towards Kohberger's constitutional rights. It's also the judge. It's also the job of the judge to ensure that justice is served in accordance with the law, which means this judge is going to make sure there is absolutely on his part no wrongdoing by the state, so that if Kohberger is convicted of this crime, it sticks.
Right. So he doesn't want appeals. So he's gonna be. He sounds like he's a constitutionalist to me. So
yep,
he's 100% gonna be by the letter of the law. So unfortunately, all judges are different. They're not all stamped from the same cloth. So I've been before judges that were very defense leaning, and I've been before judges that you're not allowed to use the word common sense in law, but use their common sense. So basically, it sounds like he's a constitutionalist. So what does that mean? That means that he's going to be all about
on
the letter
par
of the
with
law.
legal,
Right,
on par with the legal aspects.
So that's not good for the prosecution. That's good for the defense. But also he's gonna have some give and take. He's gonna let some things be suppressed. And here's the thing, and I've said it before: the only chance that Kohberger has is to have these massive amounts of evidence, like the sheet, things like that, to have them, in a suppression hearing, ruled that they're not admissible. So that's what they're going to start attacking. First off is the evidence, and that's why you heard me early on when they didn't drape those windows, just freaking out at the mistake that they're making by allowing cameras to be able to see the process. They should have tinted that whole front. You shouldn't have been able to see people coming in and out. Like they had the one guy, he looked like he was handicapped, and that guy must have come in and out of the front door 5 or 6 times that I saw, just walking in and out, just protocol stuff you just don't see and you shouldn't see. So by them doing that, they just open the door for the defense to just start picking things apart. Not wearing your hairnet when you're supposed to, when it's laying on your back shoulders, your hoodie on your suits, just kind of stupid stuff. I mean, but that's what they're gonna do, and I'll revert back to OJ, because that's what they did in the OJ case. They attacked the credibility of the process, and that's what this is going to be all about. It's not going to be about the evidence. It's going to be about whether the evidence was tainted. You're going to see massive fights over this evidence. And that's
absolutely
why they want to know everything there is to know about every single person that set foot in that crime scene. Like, the first responder that got there that found the bodies. They want that body cam right now, because they want to see if they can see that K-bar sheath laying in that bed. So if that officer walks in there and they don't see that K-bar sheath, because maybe it was actually under a body, we don't know for sure. I heard lying next to, but you don't know. You don't know exactly. Okay, lying next to, maybe under a sheet, maybe they didn't see it. But guess what? You're casting doubt if that first responder comes in there and that that body cam footage, you don't see that K-bar knife sheath. Oh my God, it must have been planted later. That's the kind of shit we're gonna hear. I can promise you right now. So, these are just things that we all need to be prepared for, because this is going to be epic. This is going to be OJ like, in my opinion.
Me too. Part of something that bothers me about this case, and with people out here talking about, the roommates cleaned up this, that, or the other, and they tried hiding evidence, this, that, or the other. You guys, what y'all don't understand about forensic techniques is there are forensic techniques that will be able to say this blood was wiped up. That's the reason there's nothing. We couldn't find it with anything but luminol. There was no latent this because someone wiped at it. You don't get latent prints whenever the blood has been cleaned up.
It actually, Regina, it actually makes the crime scene even worse. When you start trying to, people don't know about blood. If you start trying to clean
John, you
blood
got some
up,
fans in chat trying to
the
get your
proteins.
attention for the last hour.
Sorry, what?
No, I was telling Detective John he's got some fans in chat, or a particular fan in chat that's been trying to get his attention about knife number 1 for like the last hour and a half.
Oh, okay. Well, let me finish this real quick. So
they've been trying to get your attention about that knife number 1 for a long time.
Okay, I won't forget about you here after this. So
I
like to finish a point when I'm trying to make it. So
do your thing. I'm just letting you know.
So when you, like Regina said, so when you start to actually try to clean up a crime scene, when you're wiping protein, there's all kinds of names for it, but I'm just going to keep it simple. When you're wiping blood proteins all over the place, it's kind of like just take a gallon of red paint and dump a cup of it on the floor, and then just start trying to wipe it up with a cloth. What's going to happen? A cloth gets saturated. It just starts smearing it all over the place. It's the worst thing you could do is to try and clean up a crime scene. Well, it's the worst thing you can do. It makes it 10 times worse. So
Exactly.
It's obvious. You can see when you shoot it, when you light it up with luminol, you can see it. It's like
the swirls. You can see the actual swirl mark.
Have you ever tried to clean glass and then walk away from it and look at it?
Oh my God!
And walk away from the glass and you look at it, you can see your hand marks or your cloth where it was, it left a film. That's exactly what blood will do. You won't see it to the naked eye.
Absolutely.
When you light it up, it will pop. Oh, and the whole. Okay, well, so what is this person saying about the Pennsylvania, the one knife thing? Because maybe they know something that I've been trying to figure out. To that person.
Libby, they've been saying that. You didn't piss me off. I was just telling Detective Johnny had a fan in here that was asking about knife number 1. I was messing with him. But,
no.
John, didn't you say the knife? Eyes. So Kate was just trying to say, I didn't mean it in a bad way, Kate. I was only kidding. But I'm saying in general,
he's busting my chops.
I was going at John. They were trying to ask about what the whole knife number one for the last hour and a half, but I was just reading chat.
If you pull up, I know you got it in your files, if you pull up the FW, the search warrant in Pennsylvania, where they had the listed items, my contention is, when you're doing a search warrant in a crime for a horrific crime like a homicide, you want the elements of the crime, which would be the number one thing you're looking for is the murder weapon, right? So you go and we know that a K-bar knife was used because of the K-bar sheet, and the patterns are going to indicate what kind of knife, because what people don't know now today too is you can determine. They use ballistic gels. They actually use cadavers, and they use
and
different
pigs.
knives, and cadavers. Animals, people, whatever. But they use pigs are good, but they have ballistic gels too that are transparent, that you can actually see the knife going in, and you can see the damage it does. They actually put liquids in to simulate organs, or they put organs in these ballistic gels to simulate kidneys, livers, heart, so you can actually see what happens when you plunge a 9-inch K-bar knife in and you twist it and you turn it, or you just plunge it in and pull it straight out. It's very, very impressive what they can do. And based on that, you can do blood splatter analysis, because you have a fluid on the knife when you pull it out, because it simulates a living being. But anyway,
right. they can also actually take dental putty and fill a wound and demonstrate what blade was used.
Yeah, because it'll casting. So, everything is, so high tech now. It's unbelievable. But anyway, so what I caught on that search warrant property list was, why are they listing the number one item out of all? Can you pull that up, T-REV? Go in and find
Nice.
Number one item, knife. I don't even think we got to pull it up at this point. That shit's embedded in our brains, but I'll pull it up though.
No, just pull up a whole list. And I just want to make a point like we made before. So I think what she's trying to say is, John, you made a great point back then, because that's kind of a big deal. I think it's telling. It may not be anything, and I may be totally wrong. Maybe a butter knife, but I don't get it. But I do get it, because
you're breaking up,
the
man.
reason why they can possibly, the reason why I started to slump down in my bed. The reason why, let me know when you get it up there.
All right, I'm looking for
go over it. Sorry, all the callers that be familiar with this, what we're talking about is when the search warrant was done in PA, when they came out with the property list, we're going through the property list, and I'm like, what is the number one listed item there? He's like, knife. I said, but there's no description of the knife. There's nothing. It's just one knife with a line. But you go on down,
right? And
you go on down. There's another pocket knife that's described. All the other items are described. So what is that telling me? Okay, you have when you do reports, you have what's called supplementals that go on, which is with any report, but it's common practice that you list something that you want to have sent to the lab, but they're vague. Maybe they're being vague on that for one reason, and that's because the supplement will have a great description of that. It'll be photographed and everything. I did a totally different supplement for that number one item, and that's going to be sent to the lab because that knife will have a guard. And for those that aren't familiar with a guard, it's the part that keeps your hand from sliding down on the blade. And most military knives will have that because you don't want to have fluids run up the knife and get onto the handle and then cause your hand to slip and go down the blade and cut yourself. So that guard is to stop that knife from doing that. Well, that guard has voids, where it's seated into the blade and the handle. And I don't care how good you clean it, you're not going to get the blood that is, again, very viscous, that will seep down into those voids and into that handle. Because a lot of those K-bar knives have like leather wraps. I'm not sure about this one. I don't know which one he's got, but most of them have like a leather wrap. That's also porous, so that's going to have blood on it. So my contention is that possibly could be true is, they found the knife because he took it with him, and they found the knife and they've sent that off to the lab, and that's going to be the bombshell.
Well, not only that, but K-bar knives are a single tang knife, which means the blade runs all the way down into the hilt. It's stamped out of one piece.
Right. But the guard,
and then K-bars typically have wood, or nowadays you can even get them with the heavy duty plastic, the handles. But K-bar knives.
My grandfather had one, and it was leather wrapped. So I don't know. I specifically remember the wrap being leather. Now he may have done that later, but his was leather wrapped. But you're right. I'm sure. I mean, but they're tang, the blade all the way through the tang is stamped, but that guard is not stamped. That guard is slid on there, and
Right.
and secured by the handle, which will press against, will put pressure against the guard and the blade where it tapers down to the tang. Does that make sense? So
yes,
yeah, before you put the handle on, you would slide the guard down the tang, which is where the handle mounts, and then put that on. That's going to be full of evidence. So there you go, T-REV. I see it now. So how many total items are on that?
And 19 on this one.
So is there just one page? I don't remember. It's been so long. Is there just one page, or is there 2 pages of evidence seized?
4
items seized.
4 pages. 4 pages of this shit.
There's 4 pages, but how many total items on those 4 pages? So you got 19 right here.
I'm not gonna dive in and make up a number because I don't know the exact.
But you can't pull up the other pages. You don't have that.
Of course I can. Yeah,
but I'm just saying, you got 19 on this page. What does the next page have? So I would just like a total. But basically, let's say we had 30 items. So they do the search warrant on this house, and you're gonna lead me to believe that you do a search warrant on the house and you're looking for the murder weapon that you haven't found yet. Okay. So you didn't find it at his apartment. You didn't find it in his car. But guess what? You found it at his house, at his parents' house, which we know that he took items into the house. So what's your number one item going to be that you found? It's going to be
the knife,
the murder weapon, the knife. Mm-hmm. And that is telling to me, because I believe, and again, I'm going to get destroyed for this if I'm wrong, but I just don't see any point in listing a knife like that, like they listed. Now I see the pocket knife down there, and look how they go into the description. Where's the knife? I can't see.
A Smith & Wesson pocket knife, number 5.
Okay. Why go into description on that knife? Because it's not relevant. It's not relevant. That number one item, that knife, is probably, in my opinion, going to be the K-bar knife. And that knife, in my opinion, has been, tagged and sent to the lab, and that's going to be the bombshell right there. So that's just me. I could be wrong. I mean, I've been wrong before. I'm just using my common sense and knowing what I know. Well, it just makes sense.
I mean, they took a skin cell from Bryan. They went into WSU, took a skin cell and planted it on that sheath. So
yeah, right. Hey, wait a second. It wasn't just. I don't think it was a single skin cell, wasn't it? Like,
hold on, T-REV. I got to get my tinfoil hat for that one.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying. I mean, they took a skin cell, they planted it on there. They made sure, fit Bryan Kohberger, this guy that is just trying to better his life in college. And
they're just putting it on and putting it on him.
I'm telling you, I feel like if they, people that think that they just set up some person, like, I mean, you have the perfect suspect within the person they called 9 times.
Yep.
I get it. I get it if we didn't have what we have. I get people running down rabbit holes, but it's time to stop. Let's look at what's going to happen. Let's try to speculate on what's going to happen in these next hearings and these trials and things like that. That Regina would be interested in talking about too. I know what's. I mean, I predicted I have to get a defense and have a defense.
I just graduated from Reynolds Rap.
That's great.
That could be one of your headers. We've all graduated from Reynolds Rap. Have you?
See, the thing is, though, when you watch the people that talk, they're like, man, Detective John and T-REV are planted in this. They're plants. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure damn well would have listened to all these people create so many damn suspects that were around me, sending me crazy information saying it's the murder scene and all kinds of shit.
You know what
Like,
the
really?
saddest thing is? You know what the saddest thing is, T-REV, is some of these people that are on this show or on other shows, because I've seen the names are the same, and how they've kind of you've got way more since then that have come to the show because you're showing integrity now, and they want to follow integrity, not lies. But anyway, they've flipped on you because you know, it's arguably you formed an opinion based on what you've seen, and you said your opinion, so now people have turned against you. Now that doesn't mean you don't still entertain people's opinions. Nothing's changed about you. You still hear people out, and you don't even argue with them at all. Okay, I've heard you say many times, even though you have your opinion and you believe that Kohberger did it, you always say, "Yeah, I can see your point." You know, that's you know,
if it's a valid point. I mean, how could you not see something that is
right?
That,
I mean, anything is possible. Anything is possible. We can't say anything's impossible. Is it plausible?
But at the same time, people shouldn't be mad at T-REV whenever he applies common sense to the denominator.
But that's, you know, that, Regina, that's not the case. You know, you've seen people attack T-REV before. So it's you know, we don't live in a perfect world, and that's going to happen. You know, but I watched some dude, and I'm not going to say his name, but I can't even believe this got a show. It's just and the people that are following him just blows me away. Some of the freaking insensitive things he says, and oh my God, man. I'm sure you guys know who I'm talking about.
Oh my God! Hey, Smokey back here taking his shit.
Dang, man. It's like he's saying these outlandish things to get clicked. He's saying it because people like to hear that it's funny. I don't think it's funny. I'm sorry. I don't think there's any comedy.
My man's breaking up again.
Horrific events. I don't think there should be any comedic dialogue entertained toward this event. I think it's these events because you know, you've got 4 people that have been brutally murdered. We know the where, the when, and hopefully the who. I want to know the why. That's what I want to know. And you know, we may never know that. But you know what I can guarantee? I guarantee you this, everyone. The prosecution is going to paint a picture for us. And they've got a good idea of what happened. And they've even got a good idea, I think, based on his social media. When they get into his phone and his computers and they have this data, they're going to get into the why. And they're going to lay it all out for us. And we're going to go, holy shit, this is amazing. So we all can speculate as to how smart Kohberger is. But you know, there's a lot of smart people I know that don't have any common sense. So I'm gonna end it right there, everyone. I gotta get some sleep. So I woke up to take a pee and I saw you guys were on. I didn't know you were coming on, but you know,
just one more thing before you go to take the John, if that's okay. I just want your opinion real quick.
I can go for another.
Do you think there is any chance, considering the venue they're in right now, do you think there is any chance that come October, Kohberger is going to enter an Alfred plea to try to save his own life? Or do you think that he is so wrapped up in all this with the attention and stuff that he is going to continue with the silent plea, which is a not guilty plea?
It's gone now.
Oh, darn.
I don't know. He I guess his wife walked in.
Uh-oh.
I don't know that. I'm just talking shit. Crazy.
I have my suspicions that Bryan Kohberger's defense team is just grasping at straws right now. I got a feeling they're going to end up hating their client by the time this case is over.
This case is wild, man. I'll leave it at that. This case is wild. Oh man.
I do agree with Detective John, though. I think once everything comes out in court, I think that it's going to be sad because it's going to be a little too late, especially for the families and stuff who have had to hear all these conspiracies and evil coming out of people's minds.
That's why. That's why they want a lot of them want the gag order lifted, and I think that's why.
Yeah.
They're sick of seeing shit all over social media. It's not just YouTube either. You know what I mean?
It's not.
It's everywhere.
It's Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. I mean, you see it everywhere.
That's exactly what it is.
And it's so sad too, because these people are, now they're dealing with there actually being a person apprehended whom law enforcement is fairly certain. I mean, we have to really take into account, you guys. Prosecution's fairly certain he did it too, or else they're not going to try him. Prosecution has a case. If they didn't have a case against Bryan Kohberger, he wouldn't be sitting in county jail right now.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Detective J thinks there was a nobody in the kitchen. Nice work, Detective. My man Davis keeps talking about this vehicle too. Keeps talking about, man, they got the vehicle numbers wrong and all the, not the vehicle numbers, but the vehicle year. A lot of people keep talking about that too.
I think they intentionally dropped the wrong year because they already knew they were looking for Kohberger. I think that they whenever they got his DNA back from that Texas laboratory, I think that was a ploy on Ellie's part, which they've done it before. It's not the first time. They were trying to keep him under the radar to keep a watchful eye on him, if that makes sense.
Somebody said conspiracy theory galore. Grand jury already agreed there's probable cause. Guessing that's what you were going to say. If anyone thinks Stephen Salvez would let the prosecution agree to Alfred, y'all haven't been paying attention. No doubt about that. Yeah, I don't see that happening. Definitely not. That's what you're led to believe, Athena. Who's led to believe by who? The evidence or the media? Love it, T-REV. Yeah, I mean, we got to throw them on out here. I'm in the field with some alumni. Good morning, Lily White. We're in the field with the alumni. Make sure you get your. Make sure you go to my website and get your conspiracy package. It comes with. You get binoculars, glasses, tinfoil hat, signed by me.
Amplifier.
I'm sponsored by Reynolds.
T-REV, I'm going to die whenever Reynolds Rap actually sponsors you, man.
I'll take it. I'm sponsored by Reynolds.
Making some Gucci tinfoil hats.
And the thing that eats me up is I'll be reading these emails all day. You get a lot of people are kind-hearted, but then you got a percentage of them that are like, you're just overlooking this one point. I'm telling you, it's just a small gap right here. It's like they're trying to convince me that it's like, man, are you serious? And people are like, man, you're running with the media's narrative. Fuck the media. I don't give a fuck about the media.
What the hell do they mean we're overlooking something? We have scrutinized everything in this case.
I don't give a shit about the media. I've said fuck the media before they even brought me on the media, and I still say fuck the media after the media. I just think it's fun.
Yeah, me too. But now someone said something about the Alfred plea. You guys, he could. I agree. Kohberger is probably going to plead this out to the end of trial, drag it on. But there is a chance. And now, but you have to take into account that an Alfred plea can be a double-edged sword. I think there is a chance that this will come down to an Alfred plea in the end. And I think it will be on behalf of his defense trying to save his life. Because at this point, I think they're the only way. And now if the prosecution doesn't go for the death penalty, which we all assume that they will, because this is such a heinous crime. But it all comes down to, with an Alfred plea, what the judge's take on it is. Because the judge can go, okay, this guy's maintaining his innocence, even though there's all this evidence against him because he is innocent. Or the judge can say this guy is trying to maintain his innocence with all this evidence against him because he's basically slapping people in the face and not willing to take responsibility for it. Which he'll throw the book at him if he thinks he's not trying to take responsibility for his actions.
You're also welcome. Oh yeah, thank you, Sunshine. I think what? You must have gifted or something because it says Carter Willis. Reynolds Wrap, new product, T-REV tinfoil. I thought you had a bandana on. Yeah, I'm rocking a bandana. Man, I've been on for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'm about to get off for a little bit because I know my girl's got to get up and go to work and shit like that. So I got to get her situated. But shout out to everybody being here. Regina, thank you for coming up. Detective John, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you for having me, Detective John. Thank you for having me on the show, T-REV. Thank you for having me on the show. I just want to take a moment here before you get off and commemorate you, though, because you have been unbiased through all this. You've listened to everyone's opinions. You've had to listen to a lot of crap. I mean, and put up with a lot of crap. I ain't gonna lie. Half the time I would already click. Nah, there's a no-go zone sometimes. But you've done an excellent job of covering this story and bringing everyone's opinion to the table. And I appreciate that because there are these channels out here that are gung-ho conspiracy. There are some that are out here that are gung-ho going with the law aspect of it. But you're just right. You're right there in the middle. You listen to everything and you're sorting out the weeds from the roses.
No doubt. Well, I appreciate the kind words, Regina.
Shout out the Rev Gang. I love you guys. T-REV. Have a great morning.
Thank you, Regina. God
Bye,
bless.
darling.
But shout out to Regina. We appreciate Regina. Shout out to y'all for coming by. I appreciate you. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, notification bell, all that stuff. Check out the second channel. I may be live on there after that. I was live there 9 hours last night. We were hanging out, played the game H.H. Holmes. Check it out. I'll be live over there all the time. Well, actually not all the time, but 9 hours is a good stint. We were live there 9 hours last night. Make sure you pull up. I love you guys. I'll holler at you in another stream, probably sometime later today. You never know. I'm so random that I don't even want to tell you when. Just look for it because I'm random. Because it could be at 8 in the morning. It could be at 12 p.m. in the afternoon. It could be at 12 a.m. It could be at 1 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. It's whenever I get that wild hair. Love you guys.
It's sad that that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then it's confirmed. Then I gotta say, hey, this is probably Bryan Kohberger. I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well. And they have that, and hopefully they get down to that. Good.
Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I never got an email back yet.